You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning. Great to have you with us. We are underway with our 2025 season. This is the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River in Florida. We start out this season with two events in the state of Florida, and this is day number 2 of this tournament. Full field, just as yesterday, 104 anglers out here on the Elite Series in 2025, and hoping to get off to a great start. That's going to be involving getting into the top 50 somehow or another on this day, because that's where the cut takes place once the weigh-in is done, and only the top 50 will advance to tomorrow. Semifinal Saturday. Of course, this is a well-known destination for the Bassmaster. The Elite Series alone has been here. This is the 10th visit for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Some 27 Bassmaster events through the year on this most prominent river in the state of Florida. Always love this place. Palatka, Florida has always been our host city, and what a great place. A very bass-centric community here that really turn out and support these anglers and support the sport. Very cold this morning. It's going to be a challenging day. It was challenging yesterday after a good period of warm weather. This week dawned with a lot of cold temperatures moving in, and this will be the bottoming out of the temperatures right now in the 30s to start this day. Thus all the heavy clothing and all the protective gear, but it's going to warm up through the course of the day up into the 50s. Sun is going to shine all day. You're going to have that radiation working for them as well, and everyone's hoping for the best. Let's take a look at some of our anglers who we're going to be covering today, and that's going to include Brandon Card, a veteran, many years here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, still searching for his first win. Brian New, who started his career down here with a win at the St. Johns River. Brian New in it to win it again in 2025. Davey High, we got a great group, I think, here in this top 6.
Absolutely, and it's even though we thought the fishing was going to be off a little bit, all 6 anglers caught 20 pounds or more. So the fishing's not really off. Anglers like Bill Lowen doing something different. I'm sure he's flipping a lot. Brandon Card in Crescent Lake. We didn't see any of our anglers that we had cameras with yesterday at Crescent Lake. And here's another thing, a little surprise. I think we talked about it a little bit. The one thing, the technique, the pattern that we did not see yesterday was somebody fishing main river shell bars. Livesay is going to start doing that this morning. So we'll see a little mixture of that in there, some offshore, along with flipping and catching some bigger fish, hopefully for Livesay. His offshore fish, those shell bars, he says they seem to be smaller, but I can get a limit in the box and then go fishing from there.
And here's the man with the lead to start the day, almost 25 pounds, 24.15 for Jay Shakurit in his 4th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, won the Rookie of the Year award, and that sort of set the stage for his career. He has been overachieving ever since, and he's ready to do the same today.
Yeah, so the St. Johns River in general is a pretty tough fishery. I mean, it's not easy to get bites. You can't just go wherever and get a lot of bites out here. There are a lot of big fish out here. That's a fact. There's a lot of 6, 7, 8 pounders to be caught, and there's a lot of 12 inches to 2 pounders to be caught as well. The whole length of the river is lily pads. I mean, it's pretty intimidating at first. Everything looks very fishy, but not a lot of places, like I said, have a lot of bass. So you just kind of have to hunker down in an area that you believe has a lot of fish, and you'll have success here.
Hey everybody, we're here. St. Johns River, day 2, sitting in 2nd place. Had a great day yesterday. But as you see, we got the hook gloves, hook suit, everybody's bundled up. It's in the 30s in Florida, blowing 25 out of the north. Huge weather change, huge front. Man, these fish don't like that, but we're going to stick to the game plan. We're going to go down south to Astor, fish some shell, use the Mega Live 2, just kind of fish around, try to catch 5 keepers. We don't care if they're 12 inches or 24 inches. Get some fish in the box, let that water warm up a little bit, let that sun get up a little bit. We're going to fish some pads down there, and then take that Express XR21 Yamaha rig back up the river, back to Palatka. I'm going to pick up a flipping stick and go to flipping a 6-inch clout, and hopefully we can put 5 big bass in the live wells late in the day. Everything we catch south, catch another bag to stay in this, man. Big key today is fishing slow. Going to use my Minn Kota Raptors to slow down, stay put, make a lot of flips, catch some big St. Johns River bass. Let's go. Day 2, St. Johns River.
My main goal is to catch enough to try to win this thing. So I'm shooting for 20. But at this point, with this cold front, we'll take whatever we can get to bite. It's not going to be easy, I don't think. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully we just pull in and they're biting good, and we're eating lunch by noon, you know what I mean? But like I said, we're just going to put our head down. We're going to grind. We're going to try to I'm going to try to catch another 20. I got one other guy in the area that I'm in, and he had 19 pounds yesterday, so going to be interesting to see what happens. Like I said, it's just going to be a put your head down and go fishing kind of day.
We got our FXR snowboarding suit on this morning. It's cold, baby. We got the big gloves, we got the big pants and the big coat. We're gonna go try to catch some big bass. I don't know what it's gonna be. It's not gonna be easy, I don't expect, but we're gonna go and we're gonna have fun, work hard. That's all we can do. I got my scale zeroed. I figured it out.
That's a good sign.
I figured it out.
All right, here we are, day 2. Got off to a decent start, but as you can tell, we are not Florida dressed. It's a balmy 34 degrees this morning and clear skies, which is a plus. We need that sun. A lot of times that sun can overpower these cold nights in Florida. As long as it warms up quick and that sun hits the water quick, they'll stay. I'm hoping that's the case. So we got a long boat ride. We're hoping they're there when we get there.
All right, guys, here we are, takeoff day number 2. It is cold. It's 35 degrees out here. Yesterday morning was a really good morning. There was a front coming through. It was real cloudy and windy, and they were biting really good yesterday. Today is post-frontal, so we're probably going to have to slow down a little bit and just, you know, fish slow. I mean, that's the deal with Florida. Sometimes you really have to just drag stuff around. So that's what I think is going to happen. But maybe this morning they might still be able to catch them on moving baits. We'll see. I'm going to keep it honest, but we're just going to keep an open mind today and just have fun. You know, the key is to have fun and just let the chips fall where they may. So let's go see what we can do.
Well, there they are. Our top 6 will be in the boat with all 6 of those anglers today. The top finishers there, the last one there, Brandon Card in 6th place with an even 20 pounds. And that's the way they are set up right now out here on our playing field. And let's go ahead and get down to 6th place. Brandon Card, show you some footage from earlier this morning. Brandon Card out there. And the wind, as you can see, is still blowing. It's not like flattened off like a true bluebird post-front day yet.
That's what he was hoping for, but we did not think we would see this morning. We thought it would be calmer conditions, but Brandon Card was hoping the wind would blow. That's when he did well yesterday. When there we go.
All right.
Oh, that touches my heart. To see that spinnerbait.
We got us a spinnerbait fish.
But you're right. That bait does not normally work well the second or third day after a front, but usually it's calm. And right now he's still got that wind that's helping him a bunch.
I knew the shot of that catch on a spinnerbait would activate our special guest today, the one and only Rick Clunn. The spinnerbait, very important part of that unmatchable record you have on the St. Johns River. Rick, thank you so much for being with us here today. And did you expect to see that coming out, first bat out of the box today, so to speak?
Well, no, because, and this is really an important day to me. I'm a learner on this. This is my worst day in fishing. It's 1 or 2 days after a severe cold front. And normally it's usually though when the wind dies. And I see there with Brandon, the wind's still blowing. That wind can definitely be your friend. And but I'm watching this today to learn how to catch fish on these kind of days, because these guys will show you how. And if you're trying to, here's the worst situation I think you can face just about. Learn what these guys are doing on these kind of days. If I have to start over, I'd be doing that a lot, and I'm going to do it today.
We're going to get a shot at it today, that's for sure. Rick Clunn with us all day. The great Davey Height, another legend of bass fishing. And Davey, that probably surprised you as well to see a spinnerbait. You're a good spinnerbait hand, too.
Well, I caught a few. I mean, not as many as Rick there, but I certainly love to throw a spinnerbait. And you don't see a lot of the Elite Series anglers nowadays fishing a spinnerbait. I mean, our friend Mark Zona even gives me a hard time sometimes about throwing an old spinnerbait, but I have seen him tying one on after I catch a fish or two. So the conditions are set up for it. It looks like on Crescent Lake. We did not think we were going to see these, like you said, Rick. Even at takeoff, we didn't see any signs of the wind blowing like it is there at Crescent Lake. But so the bass gods are shining on Brandon Carr this morning because he caught a fair amount of his fish yesterday on that spinnerbait, and he thought it was going to be over.
Absolutely. Of course, probably Such is the only one who saw that spinnerbait coming with us. Mike Sukon is with us today. And Such, you made a comment. You and I met at the copy machine way early this morning, and you said that leaderboard is top heavy to start the day.
Yes, it is. We only got 6 guys with 20 pounds and 4 with 19. 30th place is 10 pounds back. You know, these guys came in here going like, oh, Bluto, it's cold, the fish won't bite. Well, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. We had 93 guys get limits, a couple 8-pounders, several 7-pounders. It was a pretty good day.
Yeah, absolutely. We got, who knows what's going to happen today? Maybe we sort of get the stage set by looking at some of the things that have happened in this place, which is the land of the giants, no matter what the conditions. Let's go back to 2016, the Bassmaster lead on the St. Johns River, and there is our guest right there, Rick Clunn, absolutely knocking it out of the park that week.
It's the only time you'll see my son smile.
Everyone was smiling on that day. It was one of the most popular victories, of course, ever in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Rick Clunn, who had done about everything he could do as far as overachieving in the world of bass fishing, coming back and winning that one in 2016. And the next time the Elites would return to the St. Johns River, it was Rick Clunn all over again, only more so.
You see the wind blowing there, and then this day is cloudy conditions along with it. Tell us more about why that wind is so crucial to the spinnerbait bite, Rick.
It's still a mystery to me because I sometimes throw it at the wrong time. So I don't know absolutely every time, but what I pointed out earlier about sunshine is really key. The bright, no wind. The blades just flash a lot, even though, that day was perfect. I mean, the fish had just moved up for the first time all year. There was more coming every day. And that was the first day, though, we had no sun, and I knew, and it was going to be the perfect conditions. That's perfect conditions for a spinnerbait.
Almost knocked out a century belt on that one here on the St. Johns River in 2019. Here's our leader from day number 1, Jay Shakurit.
Little company.
Yeah, so I came back to the area that I caught most of my fish in yesterday. Obviously,
that's spring.
35 degrees this morning was not the answer to this area, but to say the least, we're going to try and at least catch a limit. That's the goal. Catch like 8 or 10 pounds, and then hopefully move on from there. But so far, looking in here, it's definitely going to be challenging, to say the least. These fish are very inactive right now from the night we had. It may just take a couple hours. The sun really helps. The sun is actually pretty warm right now, but we'll see. I mean, it's hard to say. It's pretty early. We just sat down. I mean, we've been fishing for 5 minutes maybe. So we're going to see what kind of mood these bass are in and see if we can catch a few.
Well, there you see, the leader was sight fishing yesterday, but we have some mixture, some diversity in the top 6 that we have cameras with. But Jay Shakurit said that there was only 4 or 5 boats, and we noticed this yesterday. There's several springs along this river that these guys fish, the Salt Springs being the most popular. Very few people there, but there's some other springs that some of these there's another fisherman or two in our top 10 that did the same thing. They stuck it out and had some fish. The sunshine, I think, helped bring those fish up a little bit more in the day. Jay said his 2 biggest fish were fish that he had not located in pre-fish, that he actually saw, discovered yesterday while he was fishing in the afternoon. He did say that this area, later in the day, he was the only boat left there, that some other 4 or 5 boats started there but had left. So Be interesting to see if they replenish. When we talked about this some yesterday, about those females potentially coming, and there's different thought process here. The springs, naturally, they're going to stay warm in those springs, so those fish that are there are not going to leave to go to the colder water because of this cold front. But how many fish come in to replenish when that water away from the spring is not warm? We'll see how that affects things here today.
And it's an interesting observation of the mental state of an area. A lot of guys will look, well, there was one there, I'm going to go in there. But a lot of guys do just the opposite. They go, man, that's getting beat to death. That's a place. Ironically, I think the top string of the last 2 years came out of that area of the first day.
Yes.
And then it was one last year. So that's fascinating. It just fascinates me an area can hold up like that.
Yeah, it really is amazing. So some fish have to move in.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the only way it can hold up.
Right.
But 5, 6, 7 boats and there's not enough fish, you see that his patience paid off. But then, in my case, so many times when I'd probably try to be patient and knowing that the fish were not replenishing, then it doesn't work out. So, I mean, we'll see.
TH Marine Weather Watch going to show you what's expected today temperature-wise. Started out 34 degrees. You heard Drew Benton say that at takeoff. That was an hour ago. 55 is the projected high today, so it's going to warm considerably. And, of course, all that sunshine provides radiation, which will melt ice even if it's below freezing. So radiation important, sunshine on these places. The quicker the sunshine gets there, the faster things are going to happen. I'm just repeating what the pros told us this morning, and I kind of believe that. Jay Shakurit still sitting on top now, but Evan Kung has moved from outside the top 10 into second place with 23 pounds and 9 ounces. Seth Fiders on the board. Lee Livesay seeming very charged up about his possibilities for today. We saw Brandon Card whipping out the spinnerbait and getting something going very, very early this morning. Going to be a lot of movement up and down that leaderboard as we always have on moving day. The FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite from the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. These anglers took off about an hour ago here. Some of them some of them still running, as a matter of fact, those going to the far reaches of our fishery, especially upstream to the south. Now, that's one thing you got to keep in mind about this particular river. It flows south to north and out to the Atlantic Ocean in Mayport, Jacksonville, Florida. But Jay Shakurit, the man of the hour to start this day for sure, knocked out almost 25 pounds. Tough conditions on day number 1. Conditions maybe could be said to be even tougher today. The temperature is certainly lower. The wind has not stopped blowing in a post-frontal condition, and that could be a plus for our anglers. Let's check out a former champion here on the St. Johns. Brian New won his very first Elite Series outing.
Well, it's cold, boys and girls. I knew, it's pretty early, so I can't say it's going to be tough. But yesterday was tough, and we got a major cold front, so just expect it to be even more tough. I had a place back up the lake or up the river that thought I might be able to catch a few fish on, so I started there before I came down here, and I got 0 bites. And I just got down here. I'm on the same stretch that I fished the final day in 21 whenever I won, and I didn't actually get to fish this stretch yesterday. There was several boats on it. There's another boat on it right now, but I did have a few bites here in practice. Just going to kind of work through here a little bit and make my way on farther south. Don't really know what to expect today. I mean, I only had 5 bites doing this yesterday, so it looked good on paper, but it was not easy. The water's cooled down about 5 or 6 degrees from yesterday morning, but we do have some sun. we didn't have very much of that yesterday, so that's good. Yeah, we're just gonna put our head down, work hard, keep the faith, and trust the process. And whatever happens, happens. Don't know what that's gonna be, but we'll know after a while.
All right, we made it down here. Pretty bumpy boat ride this morning. That wind's getting it out of the north. But we made it down here in about 45 minutes, which is good. Just kind of filling it out. The water temperature was about 70 when we left out of here yesterday afternoon, and positive things were happening when we were leaving. So I just went by a couple, one pair and then one female that, you know, I wasn't able to catch yesterday. And they're both hanging around. They're just in a bad mood. And I think I'm either gonna have to be patient and let the sun get on them. Sun does wonders down here. I mean, that's the X factor. You can have a cold night like this as long as you have sun the next day. And there again, you gotta be patient and let them get back up there where they're catchable. So it's gonna be one of those deals where I'm gonna have to really fill it out. I either gotta make an adjustment pretty soon, it's not going to happen, or I've got to just stick it out and stick with my guns and just know that they're going to pull up at some time this afternoon. Our high is not but like 58. So the other positive thing is I'm in a spring, so you know, that's a little brim. I'm in a spring, so the water temperature is not affected like if I was fishing in a canal or just a backwater off the river. You have that constant flow of good, you know, spring water, and that's going to keep this temperature up. If I was somewhere else right now in the river, it'd probably be below 60. So all we can do is stay positive and keep our head in it and make the right adjustments as the day unfolds. Everybody's going to be throwing a curveball with this deal, so we just got to hit it out front.
We ran down here to Astor to start on a couple little shell beds, and they weren't there. We're just kind of jumping around where I've caught a few random fish. We're about to get loaded back up, and we're gonna head north. I just came down here to see if I could get a quick lick on a shell bed or two, and then they all disappeared. The water's dropped about 14 to 15 degrees down here since practice, so you know, this wasn't gonna be a major play. We're just gonna be get comfortable stuff, so we're gonna go make our hay up north in the river. So we're literally about 3 or 4 minutes away from sending this express back up to the river. That's the update so far.
So wow, when he said it had dropped 14 degrees, I thought he meant overnight. But
no, he's talking since practice.
Since Sunday.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's certainly understandable. But a little disappointing. He thought he could catch. He said they might only weigh 5 or 6 pounds, but I think I can put 5 in the boat real quick off the shell bar. But it has not worked out for him so well.
He said that really helped his day yesterday, just to get freed by having a limit in the boat, and I'm sure that is important. He was got to be a little disappointed here.
For me, Drew Benton gave some incredibly valuable information. I've been doing it 50-some years, and I never, what he said about, you know, a bright day, sun the day afterwards, really having a huge effect, or a much better positive effect on the fish. You know, even after this cold front day, that sun, especially, and I could see in Florida with being shallow water, that it's really going to, you know, heat that water up quickly. And I know he is a bed fisherman, that will help the beds a lot, but I'm sure he's catching them other ways. But I just, believe me, that's important, because it gives you a positive thing to look forward to, number one.
Talking to him last night, he mentioned that once that sun came out yesterday afternoon, it got much better for him. Not only his ability to see, but he said the mood of the fish got better. The radiant heat, like he mentioned.
Yeah, oh yeah. get back over to Brandon Card. Had that spinnerbait out earlier. Still got it out. Still
Meanwhile, Brandon Card was praying for wind, and he has it. That's so incredible.
Isn't
The one
something?
guy that I talked to last night that said, I'd really like for that wind to blow, but it's not supposed to. It is rocking and rolling in
You got
Crescent Lake.
another one. Can't tell you how many casts I've made in that little gap.
Oh, spinnerbait. It's 30-something degrees, blowing like crazy. And they're still hitting the spinnerbait, baby. Yeah, so yesterday when I was culling, I got finned in my left palm of my left hand 3 times, like 3 different spots. And it was black, you know, like it looked like there was fins in there. And so I tried to dig it out on the water with a hook. That didn't work, and so I thought, well, I'll just go to the hospital and get it taken out, because the same thing happened to me a couple years ago at Okeechobee. And when I went to the hospital at Okeechobee, it was just like super easy, just a quick process. Anyways, long story short, I got there at 5. I didn't leave till 8. It was kind of a fiasco, but finally people took care of me there, and everybody was super nice, obviously, but there wasn't like big fins in there like we thought. The only thing they pulled out a few little pieces, but the only thing we can think of is that maybe it was just some like black slime down in there or something. So it was painful though, with them digging around in the palm of your hand with the knife. So it was an adventure, that's for sure.
Well, I've been finned by a catfish, but never by a bass. But I'm sure that it's got some irritants on those spines, just like a catfish does. Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. And you need to take care of it, because it can certainly get infected.
Well, he was fishing through the paint.
Wash my hands with peroxide.
Yeah, that's not a bad plan.
Multiple times before you go to bed tonight, it takes that soreness away. Cleans things up.
He doesn't seem to be too worried about it today, and he's doing pretty well. Jay Shakura, though, the man's still on top, and Bo Browning coming from outside. The top 20, as a matter of fact, to get in there with 24 pounds and 4 ounces in second place. Another rookie, Evan Kung, right behind him. Fighter and Livesay rounding out our top 5 early on today on the St. John's.
The St. John's River is just a very diverse fishery. I mean, it's a tidal river system, but then there's lakes and creeks and all kinds of stuff, canals.
You know, typically the St. John's Rivers is really good, or it's really bad. I don't want to say it's really bad, but maybe it's just off a little bit. You know, I've seen times when 12 pounds is good here, and I've seen times when 15 pounds isn't good. Florida can be 80 degrees for one whole week, and then it could be 40 degrees.
The fish don't live everywhere. You can't just go, down the bank and catch a bunch of fish. You really have to be dialed into certain areas, where the fish like to spawn, where they're headed to, where they're leaving, things like that. And today it worked out for me.
Your leader to start the day, still the leader, Jay Shakura. There in the Salt Springs area. Same general area where it was 1 last year.
Rick, you mentioned with the weather conditions, this is a good day to learn and see how people deal with it. But for me, since I've been doing this with you, Tommy, it's interesting to see the adjustments on day 2. The leader, if he stays with something too long by the end of the day, he doesn't have success, or the guys that didn't do well yesterday, that the adjustments they make. So it's really, really interesting to see the ones that are patient, and then how it sometimes works and it doesn't, and then also the ones that can really make those adjustments and catch a bigger stringer on day 2 than they do on day 1.
Yeah.
David Mullins is one of our first to have a limit. He's from 80th up to 18th, but Dakota E-Bear with a 5-pounder He's from 77th to 15th. Pretty good jump right now.
Yeah, that's a prime example there.
Yeah.
He certainly has made a good adjustment.
Here's our Lowrance bird's eye view of Brandon Carr at this.
Well, if you look at that bank, that lake too, see where that bulkhead is? They had to dig dirt out of the lake to make that land higher, and you will have more depth where those bulkheads are, closer to the bank.
Yeah.
You see that a lot in Florida lakes. Oh, that's at the ramp. I had a ramp.
Crescent has played to varying degrees through the years that the elites have come here. Crescent Lake was won in Crescent Lake first time they were here, and I believe it was 2011, 2012.
A couple things I noticed there is the way he's approaching this dock, it's easier to control his boat because he's got the wind coming to him rather than on the other side of the dock where it would be pushing him in.
Fishing these docks in some pretty high wind. Something that I noticed yesterday, it was pretty dang windy yesterday morning too, is that if it's kind of the rolling waves like we have here, you know, that's good. That's actually that's what they like, especially when you're throwing a spinnerbait. I'm fishing some pretty shallow water. Most of my fish are coming out of like 2 and 3 foot of water. That first spot we fished, it was just a little too much, like the waves were crashing in on it. So, you know, just keep that in mind when you're fishing shallow water. You know, a lot of times people think like in high winds, it messes up the shallow water, but yesterday was a testament to that, to the opposite of that, because, you know, that big fish I caught, that almost 6 pounder, it was in like 2.5 foot of water, and the waves were bigger than they are right here. You know, there are rolling waves coming through there. I think it's just whenever it starts white capping and crashing in on stuff, that's when it's a little bit too much. Which that first spot that I tried to fish this morning, it was just a little too crazy there. But I'm just throwing a spinnerbait, you know, 1/2 ounce spinnerbait, and I caught 2 of my way fish yesterday on soft plastics. You know, one on a weightless deal and then another one on a Texas rig. So just typical Florida fishing. Just got to get in the right area and just kind of hunker down. The bites came in little windows yesterday. We had a really good morning deal. Caught a bunch of fish in the morning, and then it kind of slacked off, and then we had a good afternoon. You know, 1 and 2 o'clock was good. So there's a good one out there.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Big
Good
splash.
thing here. Yeah, boy. There's a chunky one.
He's definitely in the most wind of anybody.
Get the boat off the dock. Little Advantage bait, spinnerbait right there. 3 pounder, baby. It's crazy that we're right here in the cold front and in Florida, and they're hitting moving baits. It really isn't post frontal yet because it is, you know, we still got the wind coming in. Tomorrow will be post frontal, so tomorrow, more than likely, they won't be hitting moving baits as good, I wouldn't think. But since the front's still kind of coming through, we got wind and they're still eating it. Oh, that hook point rolled over.
It's really amazing to sit here and watch this because this was not the forecast.
No,
I talked to him
no.
for 30 minutes last night. He had nothing better to do. He was sitting in the emergency room waiting for him to work with his hand. and he was explaining how he caught him on a spinnerbait, but knew he wouldn't be able to do that today because there was no wind in the forecast. And I mean, it's blowing 15, 20 miles an hour. Only there. We saw takeoff. We've seen Drew Benton. We've seen these other anglers. The wind's blowing everywhere nowhere else but for Brandon Card.
Is he on a trailer hook?
Yeah, I see that.
Should be.
He's the only one of our 6 on camera to catch a fish so far. Seth Fider from 10th place, though, has taken the lead. He's got 4 fish, a couple 3-pounders for 8.5 pounds.
Always keep a file on the boat with you for times like this.
Work on it.
Yeah. Hope he had some hook left.
Yeah.
That was his 3rd fish we just saw him catch there. So he said it was a 3-pounder. Should put him up.
How about a Skeeter Boat's big fish alert?
Huh? What?
Clifford Pirch, we expect him to do well in Florida. He's done well here before. 7'10", 7 pounds, 10 ounces. He was in 80th place. He's in the 30s right now with 1 fish.
1 fish. Wow.
I just think it gives more flash, and I really like them a lot. And these bass down here on the St. Johns River seem to like them too.
You know, even hitting those bigger fish's mouth will bend your point if you don't be careful, and sometimes even break it off. And he evidently did a little damage on that one.
Fighter just landed his limit fish. He's got 10.5 pounds. He's about 4.5 ahead of Jay Shakurat right now.
Big move by Seth Fider, former Angler of the Year, Progressive Angler of the Year. They're getting it done on day number 2. Also getting it done. This man right here, Brandon Card, he's got 3 good ones in the boat. I assume now he hasn't reflected yet on Bass Track, but he's probably up around 3rd or just under 3rd place. In the course of this morning, coming up from 6th. So we got a lot of action going on what was supposed to be a super challenging day, and is a super challenging day. It's just some of these guys have got what it takes to fight the battle and get some results on this day. Shakurat, Browning, Evan Kung, Brandon Card. The way it stands now, look for Card to move up when we reset Bass Track. We'll get with as many of the other ones as we can when we get back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
As we're bringing into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I got a fan vote segment here for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. The people you guys at home chose the most in each bucket, A through E, are basically the 5 favorites. The highest percentage folks, if later in the season strategy comes into play and you want to just maintain with what the rest of fantasy fishing is doing, then go with the favorites like we see at the St. Johns River. About 20% for the lowest owned person in these 5 buckets, 35% for the highest. And Corey Johnston kicking off, obviously last year's champion. He's good most everywhere we go, but around that 20% mark, it doesn't help that you're sharing percentages with your brother, who is just about at 20% as well, with Chris Johnston being there. John Cox, bucket B, took a large percentage there. I think Drew Benton was also in that bucket, so a lot of people were thinking about Floridians in bucket B. C, D, and E, those are real value picks. You're never going to see hardly Greg Hackney, Jason Christie, and Scott Martin in these 3 buckets respectively. They are normally reserved for buckets A and B. So thinking about Greg Hackney, how many great finishes he's had here. He's had multiple top 10s. He's caught giant bass that we'll talk about in just a little bit. And he's coming off a top 10. Last time we were here, he was fishing a shad spawn, a little bit different this time around, but still, he seems to vibe very well with the St. Johns River. A guy who did well last year also that you never expect to see in bucket D, Jason Christie. He was a high percentage pick. pick, the highest in bucket D, obviously. And then Scout Martin, he was on the T&Z podcast as somebody that needed to up their game in 2025, had an uncharacteristically tough season, yet he had the highest of highs he's ever had. He won a Bassmaster Open to kick off his year, but then started swinging for victories on the Elite Series, and it just wasn't connecting. A couple strikeouts from him last year. I'd expect a lot more consistency and for him to jump back into that classic contention like he's been the first couple years of his Elite Series career, where he was in the 30s to 40s for Angler of the Year. So there's your 5 favorites for the fan vote, we can call it, for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
Thank you, Ronnie Moore. Yeah, the chalk, the 5 favorites coming into this tournament, but right now as it stands, it's, I think, John Cox among that group started the highest up. The rest of them got some work to do, and don't think they can't get it done during the course of this day. There's going to be some opportunities opening up. Bill Lowen looking for his first one of the day. He does have a small one in the box. Okay, he does have a small one already. Oh, yeah, 13 ounces.
There's a big one. Oh, no, the bucket is bigger than that. But I'll take him. I'll take him. Well, I set the hook and he didn't move. Oh, I thought that was the one. Oh! Yeah, boy, when I set the hook, it didn't move. I thought, a big one. So did I. I thought for sure. Yeah, it didn't even move. There's a bunch of cypress knees right there.
So what'd you end up catching him on?
Jig, that same jig I've been flipping, the black and blue, my signature series. Flip the jig from lure parts on, and I got a Zoom super black and blue on there. A pound, you can call him a pound.
Not surprising to see Bill Lowen in a creek all by himself, tucked away, pitching a jig to the bank.
Yeah, thank you, Denny Breyer. I mean, he camped with Denny so much in his early career. Well, he was around Denny, and of course, black and blue is Denny, Denny Breyer, and but he's become a master with it. He swims it a lot. He's doing a little bit of both there, I think. But
he got a call from Brower before he won Pickwick the night before, saying, go out there and win it on that black and blue, and he caught that 8-pounder.
Yeah, no. He learns. Billy is a learner. I mean, he's still learning, and he's got the best cheerleader in the world, Jennifer.
You can identify her voice very easily.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to stand near her without
it's great to have something like
coming
that
up
in your crew. Someone like his wife.
Yeah, and I'll say, whether he weighs in 25 pounds or 3 pounds, she is consistent. She's going to cheer for him. That's great. That's great.
I like that he gives away Bassmaster memberships at the weigh-ins. And just to add on to Ronnie, Lowen was picked 1% in Group E. Jay Shakir in Group A, 1.1%. Livesay was 3.3 in his group.
I think the last 4 years have taught us to never pick Jay Shakir at very low.
Yeah.
He is definitely gone to the top tier.
You know, we didn't do
our
Angler of the Year picks, but he was up there in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
You
I don't think he's been lower than 7th since he's been out here in Angler of the Year points. Yeah.
I think that's the creek that Lester won in. Was it that year with the low weight of 46 pounds? That year it was so tough. I think that's the same creek. And maybe I have the wrong winner.
Mueller.
Mueller, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he did spend some time in there.
Yeah.
And then he was fishing a little farther north even than that, I think. But yeah, so he did spend time in there.
Back to Brandon Card, still out there. Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake formed by Dunn's Creek, is it, baby?
Yes.
Dunn's Creek coming in from the southeast into the St. Johns River. Still working the spinnerbait as near as I can tell. You can't see.
Yes, throwing a spinnerbait. 1/2 ounce spinnerbait, tandem willow leaf Colorado. Advantage bait spinnerbait, 1/2 ounce.
All right.
Says they got a different blade than most willow leaf blades. That particular company thinks it makes a difference for us.
Just add wind and you're in business, and he is today. He's got to take advantage of it. Look at the windrows there in Crescent. Not too far from the mouth for sure. Seth Spider, though, the man on top with almost 30 pounds. Brandon Card in second. Jay Shakir, our leader to start the day, now sitting in third. Got plenty more to come. Stick around.
I'm Jay Shakir. This week we are at the St. Johns River fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series event, and I am using a Strike King Ocho. Specifically, this is a 4-inch size in a June bug color, pretty much a staple for Florida. And how I'm using this bait is around the spawn time of the year. We're here in February, these fish are shallow, they're looking to get on the beds, and this is how I intercept them, fishing that, you know, mid to shallow depth range in that less than 6 foot of water.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures there, featuring our man who started with the lead today, day number 2. This Bassmaster Elite Series event on the St. Johns River. Jay's still looking for his first one to appear on this day. He's going a little bit of a slower start, understandably, with the temperatures in the 30s to kick it off today.
Yeah, big key to his success yesterday was being patient and waiting for the sun to come out and that radiant heat and his competition to leave the area. We'll see if he can do that today.
You know, and the thing we've talked a lot about sun and that type of thing and water temperature. But the one other thing, like you said, that's a spring. The water's good. He has a little bit of ripple. But the one thing still I am totally don't understand is pressure. We know it affects them.
Barometric pressure.
Barometric pressure. Well, yeah, fishing pressure too, but barometric pressure is what I was talking about. And that has to be playing a big role after these fronts. It seems to me that's when I at least try to find something to blame. And you look at the guys who do well and under those high barometric pressures, it's those that are putting it right on their nose. A caster like me, you know, is wasting 80% of your cast, and I'm not putting it right on their nose. That they're not willing to chase. So their strike zone goes to something the size of this table, and that's what I like. You know, to something the size of this little B.A.S.S pad. Mm-hmm. And that's, again, you watch the guys who do well, the flippers and bed fishermen.
Well, that's a great point. You know, it seems to me, Rick, years ago, you used to hear a lot more people talk about, hey, the time they're starting to bite is when that barometric pressure is dropping due to an approaching system. That's when you go out and catch them, and it's hard when it's in. But you don't hear the pressure mentioned so much anymore.
It's such a small reading for us that it doesn't register in my brain.
Over to Livesay.
Go around the corner where I had some bites from practice. Usually you can catch one big one off of that one.
So the first thing I said to Lee Livesay yesterday when I talked to him after he weighed in is, tell me you caught all of your fish casting over a long pier, and we're going to have you on camera tomorrow doing that.
We got to dig that up somehow.
Yes,
that was fun.
I actually watched that. He was in the same area when I won in 2019.
Really? No kidding.
I actually watched that.
Did you stop fishing and watch him pull?
Well, I didn't stop fishing.
It was a showstopper, that's for sure. I bet we'll see it today.
So I'm at ICAST that year. He was known as the dock catch guy.
Yeah. He's a closer. If he does well today, you better start worrying about him. He knows how to win. And there's guys that knows how to fish, but don't necessarily knows how to close when they got the lead.
Lee has won twice on the Lake Fork. He's also won Chickamauga. He's won a place where you've won before, the Ross Barnett as well. He won an open over there.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Some guys, and You know, it just is, you know, naturally in you or something. I don't know how to explain it, but like a Greg Hagney we talked about yesterday.
Absolutely.
You better look out when he's on them day 2 and day 3 leading in. If he's one of those guys in that top 10, you know, it's going to be tough to beat.
And that's one thing the young anglers struggle with a little bit if they're not scoping, is they're not used to fishing multi-day events. A lot of their younger tournaments were one-day events and 2 days, so you didn't know how to manage your fish and you didn't know a lot of things, but they learned quick also.
Yeah.
Brandon Card sitting in second place. Great start to his day.
Yep. Dragging the bottom.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's a nice shot.
He hit me on the other side of the piling. I thought I was hung. Then I thought it was a big one. Turns out it's a 2-pounder.
Yeah, his fish are little, even the small ones are a little bit better looking.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's a Crescent Lake thing.
Yeah.
So many things, we talked about it this morning, it's proven me wrong. So many of the males seem to be just 12, 13 inches. These are solid fish that are probably males.
Come on.
That fish hit the blade. See where he was hooked?
2-pounder. That's number 4. Good job. Thanks.
Yeah, that one's going to get him very close to our leader, Seth Fighter. Fish number 4 for Brandon Carr.
So elaborate what you mentioned about where that fish was hooked. I don't know if everybody
Well,
caught
if you
on.
noticed, he was hooked underneath the mouth there. He wasn't hooked in the mouth. I'm pretty sure. And when I hook one like that, it usually the spinnerbait's configuration, you know, they come up and they hit the blade. They don't take the whole bait. And of course, when you set the hook, it's likely to get them on the outside.
You make any adjustments when you see that?
If it's happening a lot, I was trying to look when he was sharpening his hook, if he's running a trailer hook. I never fish a spinnerbait for largemouth without a trailer hook. Never.
He did have a trailer hook on. But yeah, I think you're right, it is under the bottom of his jaw there.
Yeah, and you have to study each fish you catch, practice and in the tournament, where he's eating it, how well he's eating it. Because it determines the type of hook you're going to use. A lot of times it determines your hook set. It's valuable. Like I said, as you can see, it's hooked underneath there.
Wind not as insistent as it was 30 minutes ago. It needs to make hay while the wind blows here, I guess.
Yeah, I would never bet on the spinnerbait because it's killed me on days like this. But the wind,
this wind,
the wind is the savior.
Yes, totally. So if Brandon Card wins this event and the wind blows in Crescent Lake only for 4 days, you just shake his hand and say, congratulations, it was your time. Because it's not blowing anywhere else. But
it's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's ahead of the game right now, too. Like I said yesterday, everything but before noon on these kind of days is a bonus. And he's got 4 fish, and I think if the wind dies, he knows where the fish are.
That last one was number 4,
so he just
right?
got to figure out how to catch them when it dies. And obviously, slow plastics.
I'll make sure.
I like his approach to the docks. So he's actually trying to approach them from shallow to deep. I mean, his casting, he tries to get in because he's dragging the bottom, and you can see the mud coming up, and there's not much water back behind those docks, and yet he's midway out to the front of the dock is where he's getting most of his bites.
Yeah, we all like to see anglers catch fish, but just watching their approach, there's so many things you can learn other than them swinging a fish in the boat. And his approach into the wind and from shallow to deep is not what you see just every angler do. I like it also.
Well, I know you can tell the quality of an angler by his boat control from a distance.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks good. Right in there. Oh, there's sometimes when you make a cast and you're just like, there's got to be one. Like if I was a bass, I would be right there. That's where I'd be living. Come on, fish.
So I've got to touch on the barometric pressure just a little bit because it always puzzled me also. I was glad to hear you say that because I thought I was just the one that couldn't figure it out. Here's one thing that I observed that was really eye-opening to me. I built a pond. It's about 10 acres, so it's not just a little, small place. There's shallow water, deep water, different types of cover there at my house. And I feed train not only the bluegill, but also the bass.
Because you got to watch out for your motor. And you don't want to.
He's having fun.
Destroy your motor on a dock.
So I had largemouth bass, 2 to 6 or 7 pounds, that would come up and eat. Some bigger pellets, they had to be, they were made from fish, not, soybeans. But they had no reason to not eat the food. There was, I didn't let anyone fish right there, and I would come. They were basically my pets.
Yeah.
Something I noticed without a doubt on high pressure days, more so than a change in the water temperature itself, those fish would almost run into a wall when they would come up to eat on the surface. And there's no reason for them to. It's like they would want to, and it's almost like the pressure affected their head. Like, they would barely get it if they did, but so many times would come up and it's like they physically couldn't come up, and it was always high pressure.
Wow.
Big change in barometric pressure.
Man.
I would learn about it if I had to do it over. I would talk to the right people to learn exactly the biology of how that's affecting them, because we know in the water the pressure is a lot different. But no, it's amazing to me, just the things that are still left to learn, and we're learning now in this new electronics age every day.
Yes.
I have a 3-acre lake in Model, Texas, and I could never get the bass to grow very big. I'd bring in tilapia and chiners. And my first wife, Jerry, called me up one time and she says, "Hey, Rick, come out here on the deck." I was visiting her and my daughters. And come out on the deck, and I swear 2 8-pounders and a 25-pound catfish swam up. I said, "How in the world are you getting them that big?" Table scraps. She goes out and throws the table scraps off the
God. The bass were eating them?
Yeah.
They were trained to show up for them.
But yeah, everything would come up. Catfish, 20. And then she calls me back about 2 weeks later, and she said, that 25-pound catfish ate a 7-pound bass right there in front of me. She said it took him 3 sucks, and he sucked the whole thing.
Did she notice they wouldn't eat ribeye steak on high barometric pressure days?
No, I don't think she was following.
Back to Bill Lowen. Bill's got a couple of small ones in the boat.
Got some new names in our top 10. Brennan Polnick, Logan Parks.
Ooh.
Stay on there. God dang.
Again, that's like happened
Daggone
yesterday.
peanuts, man.
Yeah.
Another Ohio River special. 13 incher, baby.
I like that, yeah. Yeah. Ohio River.
They're gonna get lost in there.
Toughest body of water on earth.
Always look for Bill Lowen when conditions are tough, man. He grew up with tough fishing, as indicated there with that Ohio River special, as he called it. Bill's got 3 in the boat now.
We'll see him catch one that's a St. John's River special before the day's over.
Yeah, that would be a big one. We forget we're in the land of the giants here, and they're going to show up for someone at some point during this day. Seth Feider, though, the man on top, a slim lead ahead of Brandon Card, who's really kind of going to town out there in Crescent Lake. Jay Shakirich, your leader, still waiting for something to happen. Kung, Browning, Polnick, and the others will be right back. The FXR Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us here on this Friday morning, TGIF. Got some good fishing going on out here, enjoying it very much under tough conditions on the St. John's River, but the former Progressive Angler of the Year, Seth Feider, the man who has risen to the top, did that very early on today. Had a quick start ahead of everyone else. Brandon Card, though, doing his best to keep up and getting the job done. Certainly Jay Shakirich looking for his fishing to pick up. Our leader to start the day was Jay with almost 25 pounds. Evan Kung, Bo Browning. Brandon Polnick has entered the top 10 as we sit here now. We'll find out more about that as we move on through the day. That's how our 6 are spread out. Lake George through Benton in an area just off the main lake there. A lot of people picking Drew. Just a lot of it on the strength of his side fishing.
Oh, yeah.
His side fishing plays here. I mean, that's for sure.
A couple of them around. They're not sitting up there where they can be caught, but they're around. And then a couple of them are actually just flat gone. The male and the female's gone. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to feel out what we need to do and make the right decision. My gut tells me that I probably should go try something else for a little while and give them, a couple hours, let the sun do its work. And that might be what we do, because I've seen some big ones just sitting up here sunning, and they're in here doing that for a reason. They're getting ready so they can dump them eggs, and if it gets right this afternoon, it can happen quick. We got to play our cards right. But I'm going to go into the back of this thing and look, and then probably have a few fishing fish in the back of that other arm that are kind of current related, and I'm going to try them. I haven't fished for them yet, so I don't know how hard they are going to be to get the bite, but we'll make another pass down through there and then figure out what we're going to do. I'd rather make an adjustment early and be able to have time to come back for sure.
Did Drew just say a few fishing fish? And I understood exactly what he was talking about. A few fish that he cannot see on the bed.
Yeah.
He's got a few fishing fish in another creek. That's awesome.
I like that.
Got a pretty big catch from Wes Logan, who started just outside our top 6 camera. He'd fallen to 20th. He caught a 6-0. He's up to 3rd place. Got 2 for 7 today. And our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, Clifford Pirch, who caught a 7-10 earlier. has added 3 more fish. He's from 80th to 17th place right now.
Wow.
He may be that guy.
Clifford's had some good events here in the past.
Well, we got one big fish thing from him. I think it was over on the east side of Lake George. That giant, he jumped over there and made one of the best little catches we've ever shown on Bassmaster Live. So he's got some good history here.
He's got the third biggest bag here, 34.9.
Yeah, I think the day we got the great fish catch, the big one was the day after he had the 34. That was his only real big one that day.
Yeah,
but
right.
we all remember that.
It was a great whopper plopper bite.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That 2019, we had 5 bags over 30 pounds. Rick led with 34.14. Pirch was next. Walters had 32.15. Johnny Cruz 31.1, and Canterbury 30 pounds 4 ounces.
Lee is actually fishing where Chris and Corey and I were in 2019, and he was too. But that's where he is right now.
Just north of the lake.
Just on the north when you get up and just enter the river.
Every dock's built different, you know, so see this one on this dock,
The wind appears to be
kind of
laying
spread
a little
apart
bit.
a little bit. They're not as close together as some of the other ones. But I'll still fish it up through here. Ladders are good.
First flight and second flight anglers are into their 3rd hour of fishing now as it stands. So day is moving right along.
What is your theory, Dave, on, like I've watched, Drew Benton was mostly staying on the sunny side of the creek, where you watch Billy there, he's staying on the shady side.
Fish real thorough.
This time of year is what I'm talking about, especially. I tend to prone to be to the sunny side, like even though I'm not bed fishing, even if I'm fishing, you know.
So that's a great question. I think you'd probably get a lot of different answers from different elite anglers. If I'm sight fishing, I would always want to be on the sunny side just to be able to see better. But when I would just fish, I tend to, in the summertime, want shade, but in pre-spawn situation like we have here, I would always want to be on that sunny side because I felt like those fish were moving up.
Yeah, and I agree with Drew that's why the sun is so important. That's why he's trying to stay in. We've studied all our careers that what warms up first is the north banks and the west banks, because the sun's in the southern hemisphere this time of year, and so especially early, you want to go to those areas that are warming the fastest. But again, we like to try and come up with absolutes in fishing, and there's no such thing. And Brandon Card's proven that.
Yes, for sure.
Uh-oh, the cameraman, John Scipione, took one to the chin, apparently, right here.
Okay, good.
Occupational hazard. These guys work very, very hard. They shouldn't be subjected to that.
No, they shouldn't.
The physics make that happen sometime.
They are such a big part of what we do and what we're able to watch, and it's a thankless job for the most part. Those cameramen, to hold those camera on their shoulder in all the different conditions, 100 degrees or 20 degrees.
They're all tough and creative, and results oriented. I mean, they get it done.
The only time I ever agreed to canceling a day was Falcon. You know, I'm totally against canceling days. I'm old school because I'm so good, and I know I'm a lot better than most anglers in bad weather. But I can't. I said yes because I was afraid of the camera guys.
Yeah.
Falcon was going to be brutal.
That was 2013. It was going 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, and so they weren't going to let.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's hear from Lee.
Zone where I think I'm going to catch a few fish, hopefully. It's still early. It is cold. The wind is blowing really bad and it's cold, so I'm not expecting a lot early today. Kind of just taking my time, fishing around some new stuff that I hadn't fished yet this week. Just kind of trying to get a bite on something new. Keeping slow, just grinding around. I don't need a lot of bites today. I just need 5 of the right ones and we'll be good to go.
Did he have a sinker?
No, I don't think so. I didn't notice one. It may have been a light sinker up his line that we didn't see. I'd be surprised with this wind coming if he didn't have a small sinker on there. But I did not notice one.
Yeah, it's this Texas rig with a 3/16 out.
3/16.
Tungsten.
Okay.
See there? Once again, the cameraman bailed us out.
See, that's they save our bacon more often than people realize.
Here's another thing that is interesting. If you get to know the people that do the hard work there, they become a team with these anglers. They feel like it's, you know, they're pulling for this angler as much as their moms and dads, husbands and wives, you know, whoever family. It becomes we're a team out here. We're battling the elements together.
One of their best qualities that I like is they disappear.
Yes.
And when I don't know the camera guy's there, he's doing a heck of a job. I've called him the ninja cameraman.
Get this thing rolling. I want to catch a big one, like a 10.
If I wouldn't get in trouble with the tournament directors, I would ask the cameraman to ask Lee to throw over the dock. But sure as I did that, he would catch one and I would get him DQ'd and me
right.
also.
Yeah, no, we can't do that. No, we'd love it.
Gerald Swindle with a 5-pounder is up to 8-12 on 3 fish from 40th to 12th place right now.
Lee Livesay trying to get something started. Ditto for our leader to start the day, Jay Shakurit. Have to wait him out.
Looks like he's all in.
There we go.
There we go. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the day so far.
Like he had a drop shot there, and right as he's swinging this fish in. Still no fish in the live well?
Still no fish in the live well.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Mm-hmm. Again, he caught almost 25 pounds on day number 1.
Yeah, it was just pound and a half. I'm about 5 minutes away from getting out of here. Yep. It's just not happening.
Well, for all the trouble he's having right now, he is your leader in one category that's very, very important. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Jay Shakurit is almost 25 pounds on day number 1. Has in first place Lee Livesay, Bill Lowen, Drew Benton, Brian New, Brandon Card, all the way down to Seth Feider. And Seth Feider now, has put himself up on top of the leaderboard. It's not, those points aren't figured until the end of the day on each day. So for now, it's still Jay. It might be for a while. FXR Profish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. There are some big creatures that live there. There's a species, the manatee, that helps drive the economy down here. People come down, they want to take little tours and such to see the manatees in action. They are incredible. The big residents here who love those warm springs this on a day like today as much as the fishermen do.
Great shots there.
Oh, they're schooled up in some of these warm canals.
Oh, man.
Seen some pictures. Peekaboo.
And we got to remember, this is, despite what we're seeing today, yesterday, this is the land of the giants, and we talked a lot yesterday about how one big fish can move the needle in a significant way. You take our top 6 that we started with, had a big one that played a big part of their day, a 7, a 6, an 8. We got 2 anglers that we know of with those big fish today, and that's, of course, Wes Logan with a 6-pounder about an hour ago, and Clifford Pirch with a 7-pounder.
And he just filled his limit. He's up to 13th place with biggest limit so far, 12 pounds, 10 ounces.
It's not an easy thing when you've caught a 7-pounder on day 1 to go back and match your weight, because that's, of course, we talk about that every event. That's just fact of life.
John Cox's 813 came across Bass Track as a 6-0 yesterday.
Oh my gosh, there you go.
And he's caught enough big ones, he knows.
Oh, yeah. Jay Shakirat's looking for one of those big ones now that can set him back atop the leaderboard.
They're starting to light up in there, looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness.
Going to be 12 inches?
No, I think that one might be a little shy. Up to 12 inches. We'll see.
Hey,
Yeah, you
every
better show
ounce counts.
respect.
I guess I have.
Yeah, I always had respect. I'm going to measure you because I don't want to disrespect you.
Yeah.
But
Didn't make it. Labor on in that special place there. So good to him yesterday. Brandon Card in a place that's been good to him today and yesterday.
The heck, man? Just had 2 bites, but they both missed it. Huh. That was weird.
He had a bite on the spinnerbait, the cast before that, and missed it.
Brandon Card was the first angler we went out to check on right after the takeoff, right after our broadcast started here. It did not take him long to get things going.
Had a pleasant surprise when he got to Crescent Lake. The forecast was saying that mild light winds and high pressure, and he got there and it just looked like it was blowing 15, 20 out of north. He started catching fish immediately on the spinnerbait. Caught 3 of his 5 keepers that he weighed in yesterday on a spinnerbait. But it was all about the weather that moved through at some point yesterday when he caught those 3 good ones on a spinnerbait. And like I said, a pleasant surprise for him this morning having some wind.
yeah, he's slow rolling it. I mean, I haven't seen him burning it at all. So he's just, and that's not deep there, so he's keeping it real close to the bottom and to the pilings, I'm sure.
Yesterday he caught his 5.5 pounder about this time.
Doesn't appear to be many anglers in Crescent Lake. That's a little surprising. Last year it showed up again.
I've not seen one in any of our, we've had some wide shots here.
All my years of fishing Crescent, I usually spend at least 1 day of practice in there. Those docks only show up about every 3 years.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. And I'm just going by me and other anglers that you don't see them back in there, so they didn't catch them in practice. Or most of the time in Crescent, it's the cypress trees, like Hackney was fishing last year.
Yeah, Robert G making a move. He's up to 13th place with 4 fish for 10 pounds. Start of the day, 54th.
Oh, that is a good move. I didn't realize he was out of the 50 cut.
One of our successful rookies from last year. There. Maps indicate a couple other anglers in Crescent Lake here, Takuito and Luke Palmer, also in the area. We have not seen them. They're not that close to Brandon Card and where Brandon's fishing right now. They're further up the creek.
If you've never been there, that looking, kind of getting an idea, Crescent Lake is a fairly large lake for only 3 boats to be in there. It's hard to tell.
Absolutely. All the docks are on the side. You see Ito and Card on. There are hardly any docks, a few on the other side. And back where Palmer is, there's a marina back there and a few canals.
Yeah, surprising, only 3 boats in Crescent Lake.
As we say, it was one back the first trip the elites made here back in 2011, I believe it was, Edwin Evers.
Yeah, where Hackney was catching those bedding fish last year, back in that pocket where those cypress trees were, there's a canal that goes back in there to a lake. After Evers won it, the locals come in there and spiked it.
Oh, really?
They put a bunch of fence posts in it, iron fence posts so you couldn't get in it. And then it kind of grew up too, so. I think it was locals. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. May not have been.
Brandon Card's been out here, seems like one of the young guns to us who've been following this elite trail for a long, long time, but he's been out here for a good long while. He was 34th last year, Angler of the Year points. Had a good start to the year, but it's kind of slowed down halfway through. He's trying to change that this time around.
My 2024 season was my 13th year on tour. So it was going good at the early part of the season, but the second half of the season is something that I want to forget about. So just excited to get a good start here in the 2025 season.
Little advantage bait, spinnerbait right there. 3-pounder, baby. It's crazy that we're right here in the cold front and in Florida, and they're hitting moving baits.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Big bass dominate no matter where we are in the country. Those are so key, especially in tournament fishing. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge talking about the biggest bass that we have seen weighed in at the St. Johns River. We've had 11 bass in the history of the Elite Series events here. 9 events, 11 bass over double digits, 10+ pounders. But we're going to talk about the top 6 right now. Basically, if you caught a big bass at the St. Johns River, you either won an event like John Cruz, you are named Greg, because Greg Hackney has done it twice, or you're named Cliff or Clifford, because Prince, Crochet, and Perch have all caught giants to be at the top of this list. When we think about the fish that Greg Hackney has caught, this is 2014 when he caught this 1010. The Greg Hackney has caught 2 of his biggest of all time in Elite Series competition here at the St. Johns River. We talked about it in fantasy fishing, a very high-picked angler. He has such a good track record here. A couple second-place finishes to our guy Rick Clunn. Obviously, Obviously, Greg loves Rick Clunn, but is happy to see him not in the field this week because maybe that'll be Greg's time to shine because Rick seems to have his number at the St. Johns River. But when we think about those anomalies, those giant fish that make a big difference, we remember Kyle Welcher's. That is a 10-1. That was number 11 for the biggest bass here at the St. Johns River. That is a recipe, and maybe when you're factoring in your falcon rods drain the lake, you considered this. You considered guys like Pirch, who seem to do well in Florida and catch big ones. You considered Hackney, who has such a great track record here. John Cruz, he caught that 11-2 in another tournament that he didn't even win here. So he had consistency in his win, and he had a giant fish and a top 10 finish for him here. So big bass rule, especially in the state of Florida, and definitely at the St. Johns River. And here's your top 6 in the history. 11-2 all the way down to 10-4 for your top 6 biggest bass.
Roddy, thank you very much. Reminding us that Rick had to fight off Greg Hackney a lot through the years. He's a tough customer down here, as are you.
Davy's got a 10-pounder here.
Thank you, Such. I knew Ronnie would never mention that.
Did Ronnie leave that out? Come on.
Not that I was thinking about it or anything, Such, but you just sparred my memory.
Point of order here. Jay Shakurit hooked up.
Good one, too.
Not as big as I thought. There's a good one. There we go. In the mouth.
He must have been on the bed.
Well, we finally broke the ice. Yeah, it is. Looks like he just pulled up on the bed.
See, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1000. I'm counting the number of casts he's given up. Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, that's.
He's fallen to fourth, 4 pounds, 10 ounces back of fighter.
3 1/4. All right, well, just when things weren't looking good, but we'll start with that one. There was a female with it that was like 6 or 7, but she didn't really hang around, so I figured I'd just catch him.
Oh, didn't look like a him to me.
Oh, it didn't me either. I thought that was a female.
Yeah.
Have another look at that one. Said 3 1/4, I believe he said it was.
Yep.
That's pretty sporty on a day like today.
Very sporty when it's your first fish.
Yeah.
At local time, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, almost 3 hours to get that done. That's requires some patience.
Yeah, you watch the weigh in, you see Jay Security catch 24.15, and he's catches them like everywhere we go now, it seems. You think, gosh, that was so easy, and now you realize the struggle is real.
Yeah, that's.
He's helped out by an 8-4 yesterday, and he had another one around 6. He said he'd be happy with 15 pounds today. So 4 more of those.
8 went into the bed, so it was a really fresh.
A little bit of trouble with the signal there.
There is another one right around here somewhere that I'm trying to. It's so hard in this wind. I mean, you're kicking up some mud. You're trying to figure out, where the bed is. That bed was really easy to see. This other one is not so much. So we're gonna try and catch this one here. So it looks to be a decent fish as well. But yeah, happy with that one for sure.
Good shot there. You can see the fish. I noticed the way he was looking down that he's using his electronics to fish for some of these fish. Even though he's sight fishing, it's just the way our game has changed.
Yeah.
It's not always with just your eyes. It's using your electronics.
So Corey Johnson doing the same thing last year in here.
Yeah.
Caleb Summerall.
Yeah. And a great first day, and then it kind of went away for him.
But he was using his forward facing, so yeah.
John Cox just entered a 4.5 pounder. on Bass Track, his second fish. He's up to 10th place.
4.5, that means it's what, 7.5?
Maybe. Yesterday he had the 813 he put in as a 6-0.
But he didn't waste any cast weighing it. So.
Yeah. Well, hopefully not.
Right.
Rick, you told us a story yesterday of fishing, I guess pre-fishing a classic, or maybe in a class, and they paired you with not an outdoor writer, but a baseball statistician from a Chicago newspaper, and he counted every cast, every missed fish, everything. Which one of those stats surprised you the most?
The number of casts.
Number of casts. It was more than you thought?
A lot more.
A lot more.
Yeah, 7.5 casts a minute. I don't think that was possible if you would just ask me point blank. But I was fishing cypress trees from here to our screen, and burning it was a pole square bill that I had back then. Underhand boom. You just bounce it off the tree, and that's why I was hung up 43 times. You had to hit the tree, and that shocked me actually.
It's incredible.
Yeah, that's about 420 an hour. If you did 7 casts a minute.
He said I made over 2,000.
Yeah, well, if you go 7 hours, a little movement.
Yeah.
I got 2,400.
And I stayed in the same area. I didn't move all day. So.
The water is not super clean.
Even though that was probably, I would consider one of the best days of my life fishing. Oh, he's talking, I'm sorry, that Jay talk.
Tommy, remember a few years back we had one of our crack editors, mathematicians, add up, somebody said they had over 300 casts in a day. They were a little low.
That's a scoper. But that's where you understand the efficiency of what they're doing. Is because I made over 2,000 casts, and like you said, I had 25 bites. That's not a real good percentage. Even though for me it was great. But when you talk to like Cody Huff, my young friend, and he makes 200 in a day, but every one of them's had a fish. Incredibly efficient. Incredibly efficient.
Yeah, once you dial into those numbers, they're revealing. Getting hung 43 times sounds excessive until you realize you made 2,000 casts.
Yeah.
So that's pretty dang good. You only were hung once an hour, banging your bait against wood every cast.
Yeah, he even told me I never lost a bait, and I only moved the boat 12 times to get the bait loose. So it was a good day for me, education-wise.
Oh, there she was.
He must have been following his bait.
All right.
He's using a really small, a drop shot, but the bait doesn't look very big that he's using.
It looked like a 4-inch worm or something. Yeah. Something like that, very small profile.
Take a moment to thank our viewers who've been following this on Roku this morning, the last 2 hours. So great to be now associated with the #1 streaming platform in America. Great partnership now that is very, very, very happy to announce for sure. And we'll be back this afternoon later on Roku, and we will be back immediately right here, continuing on Bassmaster.com with Seth Bider on top of our leaderboard right now. Has been hanging out there for a good long time. Brandon Card, great morning, and Jay Shakurit waiting for things to get started here. They are a little bit. All-important day number 2 here at the FXR Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River this afternoon. Not too early to start promoing. Our weigh-in starts. And also over on YouTube, we have our Moultrie Mobile Behind the Tanks. Pat and the crew back there getting the thoughts from the anglers about the day they have just completed. It's a lot of good information there. I think we've seen some of it even clipped off and shown on other platforms, but you definitely want to check it out on YouTube live as it's happening, as the weigh-in is going on. Moultrie Mobile Behind the Tanks, 3 p.m. Eastern Time for the weigh-in and That feature right there over on YouTube.
See some interesting stuff behind the scenes.
Oh my
back
gosh,
there.
it's always fascinating to stand around the tanks and just sort of be a fly on the wall, listen to what's going on there. It's fun. We'll get to do that. Set fighter, the man on top, Brandon Card, moving up from his 6th place position to start the day. Jay Shakurit started the day with the lead, and it's 3 hours before he put a keeper in his live well, but it was a good one, a solid one, and that may portend better things on the way for him. Wes Logan, one of our anglers, one of our few anglers with a big one today, but he's got one, a 6-pounder that put him up in the top 5. One more time.
That's number 5. He's calling number 5. It's been a kind of a crazy day. The wind is blowing way harder than
and there's a deal blocking the mouth of it that you got to be careful going through.
But we got 5. About a pound and a half, pound and 3/4.
Doing well.
Yeah, it's starting to really gust. It's coming out of the east, and it's making it really tough. So I'm getting ready to go across the lake, find some more protected water over there. I just want to double check and make sure I have 5.
Watch yourself, don't get finned.
Yeah, no kidding. He's probably a little gun shy on that now.
Yep, that's 5. All right. Yeah, we're getting ready to make a move. I just came in here. This is like a little protected harbor. That fish is right there in the corner. Sheesh, it is blowing now.
That wind's still blowing there. You can hear it.
It seems like it's picked back up again a little
it
bit.
really does.
He's 1-1 back of fighter, so that fish should give him the lead. Mark Menendez just landed a 4-pounder. He's up to 5th place.
Wow. Well, raise your hand if you thought 5 fish on a spinnerbait would be coming up this morning first thing.
All they do is ping minnows, Tommy.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
Ping minnows.
No, it's making me miss more and more that I'm not there.
Yeah, I bet.
But that doesn't mean I would have been doing it, because he said this morning, I have to give it a try. And he did. He didn't just rationally say, no, it's not going to work, because it hasn't worked most of the time under these conditions.
Well, it's not the first time we've seen someone rewarded for doing something that no one else would entertain the thought of doing. It happens out here.
Let the final say is don't make the decision. Let the fish make the final decision whether it's going to work or not. And he said that this morning. He said, I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to give them a chance to show me. Yeah, there's that deal blocking the outside. That's got some depth in that little harbor of some type. Used to be a big yacht on the right side of the bank.
Davey, Rick, you know if he fished here yesterday or if he chose the western side of the lake because the wind was going to be blowing in there?
This side it has most of the docks. There's
the Cypress.
Yeah, he fished the same side. He's fortunate because he wants the wind, and we all agree that it's helping him. That direction, the north, and then the easterly wind, hits this bank. Yep.
He had wind yesterday, didn't he? Probably a little bit.
He said there was a window there when right before this, or I guess as it was clearing before the blue skies came. And it's funny that I don't know, funny. It's interesting that you have a Drew Benton and you have anglers that needed it to calm down and the sun to come out for their success, and Brandon Carb's success came before that happened.
Right.
And it's not as easy as, okay, well, the conditions are windy and cloudy, so go catch them on a spinnerbait. It's calm and sunny, go catch them sight fishing. It's not quite that easy. You take advantage of those windows during the day.
John Garrett with a limit, a couple 3-pounders moving into 9th place. Almost 10 pounds on the day, starting from 33rd.
John Garrett, who won down here in Florida last year as a rookie.
So, Suits, you keep up with our TH Weather Watch. Were there any forecasts for this much wind on Crescent Lake today? Because that's why Brandon thought his spinnerbait bite was over.
I'm going by the Weather Channel from Palatka. So it only had 10, 12.
Yeah.
Not this strong.
But there again, weather forecast and fishing does.
Forecast I'm looking at says 13, 12 all the way till 5 o'clock today from the northeast.
Yeah, the mouth of that little pocket, if you can see, will wreck your troll motor in these conditions.
Oh, goodness. Have you had that happen, or you just had a friend that happened to sometime? The old saying, I knew a guy.
Yeah.
No, because here's what we're not appreciating about Brandon at the moment. That's not easy to control a boat and a troll motor under those conditions. I mean, you know, he's bouncing and he's moving, and you're maintaining your balance, and you're trying to maintain your low cast and not hit the tops of those waves. And so he's really showing some skill here. No, they moved the boat.
Yeah, you make a good point there. I've got some friends that are really good golfers, and I'm not one. So when I go ride in the golf cart with them, I appreciate their skills and their talents. And then sometimes they'll go fishing with me. And for them to get up on the front of a boat and try to cast and maneuver the boat like that, they can't do it.
Oh, it's
just
tough.
Don't have those skills.
No, it's a lot of demands on his legs right now. Mm-hmm. You got to have good legs.
Good legs, good core strength too. To do all that twisting and turning around and
yep.
Awkward angles and still keep it going.
I hadn't watched him bounce it off the dock yet, or his boat, or anything. That's not easy.
It gets real interesting with the wind.
Oh, he almost
slapping against this wall right here.
Yeah, because he's getting that back
washing back and forth. That's literally a washing machine in action right there.
We'll make a couple casts. We're gonna get the heck out of here.
Come on, we're impressed.
Yeah. I'm curious to see where he's going to go. There's areas along that bank you're not getting that direct wind. That's one of the worst areas, that wind direction. If he can stay on that side and not get as bad.
Being in front of that seawall just takes it to another level there.
Oh, because all the bouncing off and coming back at you and so forth.
Well, its focus has to be on so many important things right now. I mean, you know, and what that can cause you to lose if you're really not skilled is the speed you're catching them at. Because controlling the boat, controlling the troll motor, and controlling your speed, you know, is now basically a challenge.
Couple of nice fish being caught. Joey Cifuentes filled his limit with a 4.5. He's got a 360. He's up to 8th place from the 50s.
Wow.
And Brad Watley just caught a 4+. I think he started near 80th, and he's inside the cut right now with only 3 fish.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, he hadn't taken one over the bow yet, but close.
Not yet.
Well, as Brandon prepares to make his first big, long move of the day once he started, let's get back over to Lee Livesay. Guys, the inevitable question I got to ask you, the cut line 50 cut line at the end of the day yesterday was 13 pounds. What's it going to be when the cut is for real today?
28.
28.
I think it'll drop today myself. It should have been about 30, because what was 30 yesterday was the cut?
13.
13.
I mean 13.
Yeah, but so it would be a 26.
Yeah.
Double it and be a 26.
I'm going to say 24.
No, I disagree. What was the cut yesterday at 50?
Dock in 19 too, the year of the dock catch. Had a bunch of electrical wire in the water, and I flipped it from the other side.
Maybe I'm thinking about top 10.
Yeah, I've got Kyle Patrick at 50th on yesterday's leaderboard. 13. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
We need him right
25,
now.
24.
25, less than half.
I don't think it'll
less than
go
double.
up.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll go up.
Yeah, I think it'll go down a little today with the conditions.
Yeah.
I'm looking at where I caught one of the 9-pounders.
Uh-oh.
See that point way down ahead of him?
I do.
Yeah. Oh, a lot to take in on this day. Very complicated day of fishing out there for these anglers trying to stay in the top 50, just like we're talking about. What will it take to get there? Weigh-in coming up at 3 this afternoon right here on Bassmaster.com. Seth Feider in the lead. Brandon Card, boy, very, very close to that lead right now. Evan Kung, Jay Shakurit hanging in the top 5. We'll take a quick break and come right back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
There he is. That's a better one. That's going to be a problem.
God. Holy cow. Come on, Lee. You gotta get it, baby.
Oh. Yes! Yes! Legal, I used my own rod to get my line. The hook fell out of her mouth. Yes! Over the dock, back under the dock. There we go.
And that was the day we met Lee Livesay on Bassmaster Live.
His rookie year.
That was his first Elite Series tournament. That was 2019. And he showed us that right. I don't think the Flying Walinda brothers ever did anything any harder than that. That was remarkable. Lee now, 7 years later, looking for his first bite on this day. Had a great day yesterday.
And he said he caught a lot of his bigger fish when he came back this direction. It must be where he is now.
Come on, man. I'm not leaving this stuff either. I know just 2 bites. Can't get me more than I can catch off shell. But I gotta get a bite. I remember that I was in a bind. There was actually a big old turkey up on the bank that I was watching. I knew that fish was there. There was like an 11-pounder in that reed head too I could see on a bed. or I had seen on a bed, but it was too shallow to get to the dock or that reed head from the other side without scaring them. So I had to throw from the far side. I remembered it was going to be good for TV. That was my first event ever. Yeah, that was the one that Rick won. That was the first elite event I ever fished. They were a little bit easier to catch that year.
Yes.
One more flip in there. Oh, you ought to be right there.
Fish quit. That's good. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was fortunate that that fish did.
If he wouldn't, like you said, the hook would have fell out.
Maybe that other stuff I got's that much better. I don't see how.
You noticed the head of his trolling motor under that concrete dock.
Yeah. Fishing this stuff.
You noticed though how good he was on his belly to let to unloosen that treadmill and let it down.
Oh yeah.
That was not an easy move.
We all relate to Lee Livesay as a Bassmaster Elite Series pro now, but I remember his rookie year learning that he was a college football free safety.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
North Texas or somewhere.
I thought he was from East Texas, but I thought he went to. Was he not the guy that went to Louisiana Monroe or maybe Northwest Louisiana? I'm not sure. I don't know why that sticks in my mind. I may be thinking of someone else.
But he's a good sized guy to be a free safety.
Oh yeah.
Louisiana Monroe.
That's like.
ULM.
Yeah. Louisiana Monroe. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he's probably not 100% committed to breaking down all that old footage right now. He's trying to get that first keeper in the boat.
Yeah, one keeper, he would be much more talkative.
Yeah, I would think so.
Well, the struggles are real. Brand new, Lee Livesay, Jason Curick.
Yeah,
not easy.
Out here.
Drew Benton still fishless as well?
I mean, I haven't even had a bite on shell. It's really not what I want to be doing, but it's that tough. The water temperature's dropped about 4 or 5 degrees. It's starting to warm up a little bit now. It also, that could be the area, that it just didn't get quite as cold down here as where I had been fishing yesterday. Or the water temperature, that is. And just, my deal on the shell bars here has always been more or less yo-yoing a Spro Uruku shad lipless bait. That's what I'm doing. I just talked to my buddy Brian Schmidt. He's kind of doing the same thing. He's caught 2 bass, and he said he caught one on a Uruku shad and one on the drop shot. So.
Oh, there's one. Ooh, nice one too. So much for the jumping part.
Spro Uruku shad, down the throat. Down the throat, baby. I'm not going to zero today. I mean, that's what you call eating it. I mean, he got it down there. He's bleeding just a little bit. If I can get them Gamakatsus out of him. I got this new stuff. Buzzer Rocks. It's this little spray.
That cold water will help though.
Yep.
You spray it on there where they're bleeding.
Yeah, that's smart.
and it stops it. I ain't sure where it was, so I'm gonna spray it all over. Buzzer Rock's blood stop formula. Hopefully, I'll save the day. Got some more stuff I'm gonna put in there in a minute, but for now, I'm gonna try to catch me another bass. Better check my line as deep as he had it. Looks like a bloodbath. Murder.
Glad he didn't go fishless on his 35th birthday is today.
How about that?
You know, when
Happy
he came
birthday,
in,
Brian.
nobody really knew him, and now I like to look a guy up. And he fished other circuits before this, and like John Cox fishes all of them, and he has 44 top 10 finishes in FLW. 44.
That's pretty strong.
A bunch.
So he was Brian Thrift, that is Brian New. Brian Thrift's traveling partner for a number of years and fished as a co-angler. Kind of his training.
Wow.
Coming up through the FLW, a lot of it being as a co-angler and practicing with Brian Thrift. He also, I think, he won the points for the Opens the year that he qualified for the Elite.
One down here in Florida, I believe.
Won that first Open he fished in, then the year later he won his first Elite he fished in.
Yep.
What a gorgeous shot that is. That's where
it is.
Drew Benton is.
And he defines himself as a junk fisherman, which right there that produced for him because he did,
Hunter Shryock fills his limit with a 5-pounder from 45th to 11th right now. He's got 11 and change on the day.
Got to get this in before Drew Benton catches us a big one. Trip Weldon, we all know and love. He watches Bassmaster live.
Yeah, sure does.
Said that Lee Livesay played for Louisiana Monroe.
Yeah.
But the problem that Trip has with him, he was on the Louisiana Monroe team that beat Alabama.
I remember that well. Let's say that again. The Louisiana Monroe team that beat Alabama.
One more time. The Louisiana Monroe team.
Roll over, Tide.
Yeah, Nick Saban as the coach in that one. Been a few years, though.
Wow.
Was that the press conference that he said they ran through us like, no, I'm not going to repeat Nick Saban. Oh, our buddy Trip. That's why he and Lee never really got along.
That's the origins of that beef right there, huh?
Trip was the best.
Absolutely.
Joey Cifuentes sighting from 56th place. He's up to 5th place. Our biggest bag of the day, 14 pounds, 14 ounces. He's got a 4.4 and a 3.12 in the last little while.
Joey Cifuentes on the comeback trail. Had a dynamite rookie year and then kind of fell off the pace in a big way last year.
Is this Drew?
Yes.
This is Drew. Yeah.
Drew Benton.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's looking.
I think this is where he had some of those fishing fish that he was referring to a couple hours ago.
And Gerald Swindle has filled his limit. He's up to 7th place with 12.5 pounds.
Gerald's got a lot of experience here.
I think he was an athlete too, or a running back or something, wasn't he, Gerald?
Gerald?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
I think he did, yes. There's your leaderboard. Seth Fighter still on top. Brandon Card, Kung, Shakurit. And look at that, in 5th place, Joey Cifuentes. Joey Cifuentes making a big move. In fact, it is our Mercury move of the day from 56th place all the way up to 5th during the course of 4 hours this morning of day number 2. That's his list of catches right there, up to 14, almost 15 pounds unofficially for Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, you take a look at that, he's still got a 1-pounder for his smallest fish, so a lot of room to grow.
Absolutely, yeah. Man, what a day he is having out there today. We'll check in on that and much more when we come back.
Get live from Brookville, Indiana, Bill Lowen.
You know, I think bass fishing is one of the most exciting sports that there is because it doesn't matter what your age level is. I mean, if you're a young kid, 10, 12, you know, like my son is, it's just absolutely ate up with it, all the way to a guy like Rick Clunn that's 75 or 78 years old. I don't know how old Rick Clunn is, but this is truly a sport where it doesn't matter your age. You can make a career of this, and I mean, how awesome it is. You can see right here, we're in the campground. My wife and my kids travel with me. My kids are homeschooled. What other career could you have where you can travel the country and spend quality time with your kids in the outdoors? And to me, that's what it's all about.
Bill Lowen, one of the original Elite Series members, and fishing on up into his 50s. And Bill Lowen, good time to mention Bill Lowen. He has moved up a big move right there. He had fallen out of the top 10, as a matter of fact. It was a slow start for him, but look at him right now. Almost 10 pounds, and he has moved up into second place.
6-pounder will do that for you, Tommy.
Yes, that's what got him there, right behind Evan Kung, who's having a great morning as well.
Lowen had actually taken the lead momentarily, and Kung caught a 312 to overtake him.
Seth Feider now relegated to third place with Card in fourth, and Jay Shakura, who started the day with that lead, down there in fifth place. Jay did catch a good solid one to sort of break the ice, as he said, not almost literally down here this week, but
yeah, Billy and I shared campgrounds for pretty much our whole careers, and that's the neat side effect, like he said, is you watch their families grow up.
Yeah.
You know, Fisher and apologize, the girl, real pretty daughter, and then Jennifer, and Hal's, Laker, and Robin.
Not many other athletes in other sports can say that.
Yeah, you actually watch a lot of them grow up.
Yeah.
Some of them are kicking my butt now. Even going to Finland.
Conditions changing for Brandon Card. Not nearly as much wind.
It has set down, hasn't it?
The next 2 days are going to be calm, like just the whole lake will be calm. So I'll be able to go back over there to the west side and fish what I want to fish on day 3 and day 4. But just got to kind of figure out how to generate some big bites today. Just kind of running some new water and just keeping an open mind. The only difference between these docks and the docks across the lake is that these seem a lot newer. And generally speaking, the older docks are usually better. They got more algae buildup, and the algae attracts bluegill, and the bluegill attracts bass, so that's a dock fishing tip for you guys. Look for the older docks. The ones that look like they're falling in, those are some of the best ones. See how these piers, it just looks new. You know, everything, it's probably only a couple years old. And you can see right there at the edge of the water where there's no algae. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna, it's 10:40. I'm gonna probably spend 30 more minutes on this side. And if we can't generate some bites, we might have to go fish some canals on the main river down near Palatka. That's where I was the final day of practice, and actually caught a couple of big ones down there. So this might be what we'll have to do for today. I think tomorrow we'll be able to put in a good full day out here, fishing slow, and it's going to be calm, so they might not eat the spinnerbait as good, but they'll probably eat something like this, you know, flipping, or a wacky worm. Or one of my wave fish came on a creature bait yesterday, and then one of them came on the wacky worm, and then all the other ones came on that spinnerbait.
Brandon Card, you've got to figure he'll be out there tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked about Bill Lowen sliding up into the lead momentarily now in second place on the strength of a 6-pounders in a place with some rough service, but we've been able to get that footage sent back to us. So this was moments ago with Bill Lowen.
There's a big one. I mean a big one. Stay on, girlfriend.
That wasn't a worm either.
Don't do it. Coming back there to you.
Pretty sharp.
Come on, baby. Come on. Time to go swimming, right? Come on. Come on, I need you. I need you bad. Come over here. Come up here. Come up here. Yes!
That's bigger than 6 pounds.
We get to go fishing tomorrow. Right there, one bite. Look at that. Swim jig down the throat.
I'll be darned, it wasn't jig.
That's a big one. Look at that. I mean, that's the biggest fish I've caught since we've been here. All right, let's get rid of a peanut and drop this one in there and get back to work. I like it when they barely fit. I needed that bite so bad, so bad, so bad. But I made a little change. You know, I was flipping all morning and saw some fish run some bait, and I'd been catching them swimming a jig. So I picked my jig up and I made 2 casts with it and caught a keeper and then caught another keeper. So yeah, that big one right there is gonna just make me go swimming and see if I can get another couple big bites. Now that we got a bag of peanuts in here, I don't know. I really don't think it matters at this point. I think that's the littlest one from looking at here. It's either that one or this one. No, that one's bigger.
Yeah, either way, it's about a 6-pound upgrade.
Yeah, this reminds me of Larry Nixon's old saying, why am I trying to get ounces when I need pounds? when you do that a lot, you know.
Yeah. At the break, I was telling Rick he had 5 fish on Bass Track. They went 3 pounds, 13 ounces. He had an 8-ouncer in there. Say that was more than a 6-pounder?
I think it is a little more than 6.
He's not, I said that too, but when he went sideways, he's thin. He's not.
Yeah, it looks like a post-spawn fish.
Yeah.
Sure.
But
Bill's a big guy, though.
Yeah, that's right.
That,
you got to think about that when you look at these.
Yesterday morning, they'd flush that swim jig and they wouldn't need it, so I switched to a jig, a regular flipping jig. And I figured this morning, with the front and all that came in and the water temperature dropping, that I'd be able to catch them flipping again. Well, that ain't the case, been the case. I mean, I caught some, but they've been little. And come around the corner and I seen some fish running some bait. My primary deal's been swimming a jig, and I saw those fish running that bait, so I said, you know what, maybe it's time to start trying to swim that jig. And I instantly caught 3 back to back basically, and one of them was a 6-pounder. Then I just caught another one. Like I said, this is my primary deal. I'm really glad to see that it's working, and we're just gonna run down through here and try to catch some of them big 4 and 5 pounders that I caught yesterday. That 6-pounder helps tremendously. If I could get a couple more, 4 pounders to go with it, get my weight up there. Right now, I'm thrilled to have what I got. At least that gets me to go fishing to tomorrow, but that's not the goal. The goal here is to catch another 20 pounds and catch that again tomorrow and go fishing on Sunday, It's coming off my worst year ever on the elites was last year, and feels good to start the year out on the right foot, that's for sure. But like I said, we're just gonna swim this jig up through here. The whole deal this week, swimming this jig has just been fish it extremely slow as you can possibly do that. And I'm achieving that with a super speed crawl from Zoom. It's got big kicky legs on it. Like I said, it's almost like slow rolling or bulging a spinnerbait, and that seems to be what they want this week. Like I said, it's really hard to do because when you get jacked up and you get excited, it's hard to reel that so slow, but like I said, that big trailer allows me to do that.
There's Bill with his plan for this day. Yesterday he said, I caught 3 little ones, then I caught a 4 and a 5, and I was doing good ever since. So
I think
he's still doing good.
Doing good now. That 6-pounder, his 5-fish limit that he had on Bass Track is what, 3.5, 4 pounds? Certainly changed his attitude catching that 6-pounder.
No, I put him right up there. Evan Clunn, the rookie, though, the man on top of the leaderboard, still holding the lead over Bill Lowen. Brandon Card, they're in 3rd place. Fider, Shakura, Cifuentes, Atkins, Loken, Cox, and Swindle. We'll be right back.
Why do the bass guys always get beat?
FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida, is our home base. The weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. this afternoon local time. Early warning about that. What a beautiful place. So much of it wild, undeveloped. It is old Florida. To be sure, Evan Clunn, Bill Lowen, pretty close there at the top there, but Clunn with the edge over Bill Lowen. Just saw him catch a 6-pounder to put himself right back in the game here. It had been a slow day previous to that for Bill. Brandon Card having a great day from the very start today, catching his limit on a spinnerbait to get the day started in that cold weather. Seth Fider has spent some time at the top of the leaderboard as well. But
Wind is cold. I need to put some clothes back on. All right.
Catching those 6-pounders warm you up.
yeah, that's a little adrenaline's to take the chill off a little bit.
I'm looking at the cut line. Matt Robertson started the day in 100th place. He's got 4 fish, his 3rd 4-pounder. He's up to 13 pounds. He's in 52nd.
Wow.
Knocking on the door. There's a lot of catch-up fish, a lot of limits. Smallest limit, Wesley Gore has 5 fish, all 8 ounces. He's 2.5 pounds on Bass Track.
Come on, fish.
Would you call that sandbagging?
Yeah, I'll take the over on that.
Yeah, I think I would too.
3.5.
Bill Lowen, been working in that section of our fishery for the last couple of days. Let's get back over to Lake George and southwestern part there. See if we can pick up Drew Benton.
Falling to 27th. No fish.
Just like that. Just need a little spark. Just a little spark. They will bite back here.
Jerk pin.
It is not a big fish, but it is huge right now for confidence. Huge. Let's see.
Just shy of 11 o'clock Eastern time.
Wow.
First keeper. Sure. He didn't expect that. I don't think anyone did.
No.
All the experience he has and success he's had here on St. John.
Number 1. Broke the ice.
It's 4th last
Dude,
year.
if we can get these big suckers back here to bite in the back of this, that would be something.
It was 4th, his first year out, 2016, here in the St. Johns.
Yeah, if I had to pick baits I love to fish. It would be a spinnerbait first, and it would probably be a jerkbait second. But we were fishing before they were suspended. You know, we had to put the lead on them ourselves. And I had that 32 pounds on that jerkbait at Kentucky Lake, and 4 of them were smallmouth.
Wow.
And so, but I love it. And then watch Hammer, you know, when he won the Classic last year. Just, again, anytime they're doing what you love to do, you know.
Probably.
And that's what I'm noticing this morning. Like I said, I'm trying to really learn this conditions and how to fish it better. But surprisingly, most of the guys we watch catch fish are chasers. They're chasing.
Time to go in.
Spinnerbait and swim jig, jerkbait.
I think off bed. I feel like anyway.
And this flipping, and so far we're not obviously seeing everybody, but the flipping and bed fishing hasn't really totally. But in the afternoon is usually when a lot of that takes place.
Should have sunny skies all day today. The wind predicted to hang around through the fishing hours today, so we'll see.
See, I think these fish that are way back in the back of this thing are probably resident fish. Could be wrong.
All Shane LaHue's fish just came in. He's in 4th place with about 12 pounds today. He's over 30 pounds total. Started 14th with 18.4.
Gosh, get him. Got him. Get that other hook. Get that other hook. Barely got him hooked.
Is that the pads under the water we're looking at?
Yes, sir.
So good move for Drew Benton. He said he had another area where there were some fishy fish in the back.
Fishing fish.
He has caught both of those fishy fish.
That's what you got to do.
Maybe he said fishing fish instead of
fishing fish. Fishing fish. Yeah.
That's that Spro.
I like fishy fish better.
Yeah.
I think bedfish have another designation. They're just a different thing. It's like picking up fruit off the ground rather than having to climb the tree and go get it.
It's a good analogy.
It is. It really is.
Well, that puts Drew Benton back in the game in a big way after a big wait. 4 hours, as you pointed out, Dave.
Yeah, but he like Brandon Card saying, I need the wind, although we didn't expect him to get it. Drew Benton said, I need the sunshine. I need later in the day. So those are bonus fish for him.
Well, we've seen a lot of developments here in the past 30, 40 minutes here. So things are changing quickly here. What looked to be a very challenging day is some guys are getting it figured out. We figure out it's time for us to step back aside because it is now time for the halftime show. So we will give it over to our hosts there. That is Dave Mercer and Kyle Jesse. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, guys. Great stuff going on. Welcome to the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Joined by Kyle Jesse here, and we're going to give you some incredible on-the-water coverage. A lot of that is very exciting from, of course, Dollar Bill Lowen. I mean, his biggest concern going out this morning was, can I get into tomorrow? I think he's into tomorrow, Kyle.
Yeah, it looks like it. That 6-pounder goes a long ways. Adverse conditions today. Looks like some things are happening on Bass Track, some big fish hitting the boards. It's going to be a fun show.
It's early in the year, but it's already time to talk about your Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. We're going to have a look at some of those anglers, and that is going to be a battle. I mean, years ago it used to be the angler that maybe made the Bassmaster Classic, finished in kind of the mid-30s and snuck into the Classic, that's your Angler of the Year. Not anymore. The last few years, your Rookie of the Year has literally fought it out for Angler of the Year, and I think that's going to be the case again this year.
Absolutely. The rookie field each year gets stronger and stronger. There's no arguing that. They make a massive statement each year, getting stronger. It's going to be a fun battle to the end.
Speaking of fun, we're going to be joined by two incredible guests. We're going to have the Prince of Palatka, Elite Series champion. You saw him get that done last year. Well, we're in Palatka, so we better have the Prince of Palatka, and also former Bassmaster Open champion Stephen Browning going to be joining us. Pretty unique. His son, Bo Browning, a second-generation pro, competing in a big way in this tournament. So we're going to have a little fun. We're going to have them cast at Bowman's Head, and nothing's better than that.
Absolutely. I'm going to guess that the numbers on the competition is going to be a little higher today. I think we're going to get a little higher than three rings per angler, but it's going to be a ton of fun, a lot of energy. Let's get it going.
Wow, you're trash talking the wrestlers already. Wow, a lot tougher when they're not looking at them. We'll be right back. Back into the Bassmaster Halftime Show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. My name's Dave Mercer. I'm joined by Kyle Jesse. Now for something completely different. Normally you're used to all our cameras kind of shutting down, and this is the break in the action of Bass Live. But we're bringing you something a little different this year with this halftime show. But we're also going to bring you some incredible stuff on the water. And let's jump into that right now, Kyle, with our Yamaha Midday Report. 104 anglers in the field. The quest is to cut it down to the top 50 after today, but your tournament leader, Jay Securit, started his career right here in Palatka, Florida, and would like to get his second Elite Series win, his third Bassmaster win here this week.
Absolutely, and I remember Jay Securit making a big statement his first Elite Series tournament. It wasn't the greatest finish of all time, but on day one was way down in the standings, 90s, maybe even lower than that. Has a huge day two, propels himself all the way up. Jay Securit has become easily one of the most versatile anglers in the country. We know how good he is with smallmouth. He's figuring out the largemouth deal in Florida, and it's paying big dividends for him this week.
Obviously, Jay Securit went on to win Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year that year in his first year. Set the all-time record for the biggest weight of smallmouth bass, but that quickly got beaten. I mean, those records seem to be dropping often nowadays, but Jay Securit has proved he's good anywhere. And another former Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Brandon Card, a 7-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Last year dealt with some medical issues, but those aren't gone, because I saw last night he was actually in the ER, got a couple of fish spines in his hand, had to get them out, but he's catching them.
He's certainly a warrior. Obviously, he proved that the year, like you said, that he had all the issues, had a great start, good year, made the Classic. Who's not fired up to see what Brandon Card did this morning? Early morning, wind blown. Like I said, a lot of talk about that cold front, but he used that wind to his advantage, used the spinnerbait, got some early bites, and certainly a fun thing to watch on day two here.
Although Card is a former Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, got to be considered a veteran now. A 7-time Classic qualifier. Hackney said it to me this morning. Days like today are one in between your ears. It's so easy to let that cold get to you and really just kind of lock yourself out of the top 50. If you focus, you can get it done, and Brandon Card obviously getting it down with 30 pounds and 8 ounces. Another angler that was very concerned this morning. First thing he said is, I gotta make it to tomorrow after a good first day, and that comes from years of having those tough, you catch them day one and you don't back it up here in Florida. But the good news is Dollar Bill is living up to his nickname this week in Palatka.
No question. Looks like he's going to get paid this week. Tough year last year. I mean, there's no way around that. Obviously not his best year on the Elite Series. And, you got to think it has to feel good to come out of the gates early this year. Great day one, inside the top 10 on camera here, day two. Still a long ways to go, but we know he's got a big one in the box, and we've talked about it a ton. I mean, a big fish goes so far in these tournaments in Florida, and certainly in a great position to continue to move up. Only 10.5 pounds right now on Bass Track. A lot of room for growth for Bill Lowen.
Right there, one bite.
Bill Lowen, I don't care where you fish or what you fish for, seeing bites like that, it just makes you feel special inside. And Dollar Bill with a 6-pounder right there. And Florida is all about the big bass. We talked about it yesterday. It's not a great point you made. A lot of tournaments, northern tournaments, it's about making sure your smallest fish isn't too small. In Florida, you have to have that big bite. But a lot on the line. It's early in the season, and it's never too early to start talking about things like Progressive Angler of the Year and, of course, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. And rookies were a popular topic last year. I think they're going to be a popular topic again here this year, Kyle.
So far, that seems to be the case. Obviously, you look down the bass track, and obviously the leaderboard yesterday had some guys have some amazing days. Tucker Smith, 18 pounds. Bo Browning, 17 and change. Certainly some great performances by rookies yesterday, and I wouldn't see that trend going away for the rest of the season. The rookie class having to go through the Bassmaster EQs are so well prepared once they get here, starting to show up each and every year.
Well, I guess it's time for us to pick who we think's going to win Rookie of the Year. And this is a great way to really just, make one person happy and upset everybody else. So I'm going to go for, as Tommy Sanders calls it, some low-hanging fruit. And I'm going to go with our reigning EQ Angler of the Year, Easton Fothergill. An incredible career. Our former collegiate champion, obviously dealt with brain surgery. And I'm certain when they were in there, they did some stuff. I mean, they turned this guy into the Terminator of bass. I mean, to back up a collegiate championship with not one, but 2 open wins last year, Easton Fothergill just feels different. He's just got that vibe, that calm, not rattled at all by anything. I mean, literally, you talk to him and you're like, this dude was put on earth to do nothing but break people's hearts as a professional angler.
Easton Fothergill is a special angler. I mean, you look every single year, a college angler from the Strike King Bassmaster College Series gets the opportunity to fish the Opens, fish the Classic, and a lot of times it's an eye-opening experience for them. They don't do well. It's tough. Easton Fothergill was the exact opposite. Obviously, crushed it in the Opens last year. I think that's a great pick. But I'll be honest, I'm going to go with somebody different. I don't hate your pick, but I think my pick's better.
Okay.
I'm going Emil Wagner. Emil Wagner, guy from Georgia, obviously Lake Lanier stud. Everybody knows how good he is on that lake guiding. That naturally means you're good with your forward-facing sonar, arguably the biggest lake in the country for forward-facing sonar with all those big spotted bass. But I think one thing he proved throughout the open season last year was that he's more versatile than people think. There was tournaments at Leech Lake, a handful of others where he had to ditch, a forward-facing bite and go fish shallow, go flip, go do some things that, naturally people think maybe he's not that good at. But I think he proved to us last year, super, super versatile. I've had the chance to talk to him a lot, cover him last year through the Opens. Super driven guy, and I expect Emil Wagner will be the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year at the end of this season.
Can't argue with you a lot on that. A great pick. Emil, I think the only Elite Series angler that was ever born in Denmark. I mean, and I keep teasing him. If you deliver, you'll be the Great Dane on tour. So we'll find out if he lives up to that nickname. But let's have a look at our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year standings right now as they sit after one day of competition. We're both totally wrong. Look at that right there. Mine is in last place, so proving that although it seemed like not a risky pick, I'm going to say it was a risky pick.
It's a small sample size. I mean, we're one day into the Bassmaster Elite Series season. I'd be willing to bet just about anything that leaderboard changes today, the next day, and every day during the rest of the season. So while I do think Easton Fothergill is going to go up there, Emil Wagner's the pick.
Well, we'll see how it all works out. It is a long season. Evan Kung atop the leaderboard, your Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year list. We're not done here. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Back into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And the number one thing in fishing is always baits. Never mind baits. Look, that thing will eat some baits. The fine people of Palatka are very welcoming, but there is some ornery customers around here. And Kyle, the scary thing about them this time of year is they got no Abdullah oblongata.
Pretty, what's the word? With all them teeth, I know the reference you're going with, but I can't remember the phrase before it on Waterboy.
I don't know where you're going. They got to know Abdullah oblongata.
Well, like you said, Dave, we're going to talk about some baits here. St. John's River, a place that we have obviously frequented a handful of times over the last decade. a lot of the same baits play, but we have a percentage breakdown from 2019 on. If we can get that up on the screen, we can take a look at that. And a lot of baits that you would expect on the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster top lures. Let's break it down here, okay? Number one, it's going to be a stick bait. This is pretty much your lifeline in Florida, is it not, Dave Mercer?
I mean, that is a bait that everybody's got tied on. And to be clear, I mean, you saw yesterday we did the season. This is specifically to the St. Johns River.
That's exactly right. 2019, 2020, 21, 22, and 24. That's how we're breaking down these statistics. 10 anglers make the final day, and that's where the top lures get created. And stick bait. I mean,
almost
that's
50%.
Almost 50% of the anglers have showed a stick bait over the last handful of years, and to me, that's not super surprising. Like I said, this is pretty much what you know, everybody's got tied on. When the fishing gets tough in Florida, this is the bait you go to. You slow down, you fish methodically, and when the fishing is just slightly better, you know, you can do the same style of fishing with the creature bait. Obviously, this is a Texas rig creature bait. That's going to be a rage bug right there. One Greg Hackney's had a lot of success here. Stick bait and the creature bait, same general principle. Flip and cover. There is no lack of vegetation and cover to fish here, whether it's wood, lily pads, grass, you name it. Docks, we've seen that play today as well. You know, picking apart everything super slow, like you mentioned, in Florida, especially with this cold front, is going to be a big-time player. We've already seen both of these baits play out today. And speaking of baits we've seen play out today, how about a swim jig? Dollar Bill Lowen is known to be a swim jig hammer. Obviously, has had a ton of success over his career, starting on the Ohio River, figuring things out there. The swim jig, same principle. You know, you've got so much cover, lily pads. Checking out the photo galleries on Bassmaster.com yesterday, seen some of those Alabama boys swimming a jig. Not surprising there. Coosa River guys always come here and swim a jig well. Great bait to cover water with. Let's move on down.
Speeding up a little bit.
How about a spinnerbait? Talking about speeding up, we saw that play this morning, obviously with Brandon Card. Another bait, you know, cover water with. On a windy day like today, a spinnerbait is always going to be a player. You know, wood cover, grass lines, lily pads, you name it. Same principle. Spinnerbait can get it done in all those areas. And then moving down. You know, we haven't seen a jerkbait play as much this year because Rodman obviously being off limits, that's kind of a no-brainer, but you know, Lee Livesay early this morning, saw him fishing some shell beds, still throwing a jerkbait, still going to factor in some, you know, in those offshore areas. But, you know, with Rodman off limits, probably going to see less of a jerkbait this year if I had to guess.
Great stuff. Bass Pro Shops top baits. Breaking news, we're going to go jump out on the water right now with Dollar Bill Lowen, who, as you showed, 16% of the fish have been caught on swim baits, and Dollar Bill is making it work here on the St. Johns River this time around. Let's look in on him.
Sunshine. As soon as you get in the sun, you get a bite. You know? As soon as you get in the sun, you get a bite. Number 6. 282, almost a 3-pounder. All right.
Good upgrade, and you know you're having a good day when you have an almost 3-pounder and you're like, not a big one. Dollar Bill putting a bag together. But when it comes to bags, let's talk about that right now. What will the winning weight be this time around on the St. Johns River?
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Earlier this week on the Inside Bassmaster podcast, I don't know if you know that we also have a podcast because
Really?
We do. Me and Ronnie Moore, we have a podcast as well. You know, it's not quite the what is it? The officially unofficial podcast.
Yeah.
I've heard a little bit about that podcast, but I was thinking coming into this week, I was thinking mid-80s, 85 to 86 pounds. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Let's take a look right now at the winning weights over the last handful of years, but I'm going to say right now 76.2. How about 76.2? I'm going to say it's going to be a little less than 20 pounds a day. Obviously, adverse conditions. The more you go along with that cold front, a lot of times it gets tougher, you know, 2 days, 3 days beyond. We'll see how that plays out this time around.
Obviously, atop of those winning weights is the legendary Mr. Rick Clunn. Love listening to him in the studio this week. Almost 100 pounds, almost joined the Century Club, 98 pounds, 14 ounces. Corey Johnson, last year's weight. Do you think that's specifically just because it was a little later in the year last year, a little more weight?
I'm going to say so. I mean, you look back at last year, the first day of the event, we had 8 20-pound bags. Yesterday we had 6. That's obviously a little drop off, not huge, but obviously Corey Johnson was relying heavily on those bedding fish. All those fish in Salt Springs last year seemed to be the better quality. Not super surprising there. We obviously saw Jay Shakurat have some success there on day 1, but we've also seen it slow down in there. We heard reports from on the water that he's already left that area and fishing a new area. So I think that's a big part of it. Obviously, you're going to rely on the spawn of some sort. Now, granted, not everybody in that tournament was fishing for spawning fish. The majority of the river was post-spawn. But, when you can find those fish on beds and actively target the bigger quality, that's going to go a long ways for sure.
Chris Lane with 90 pounds, 13 ounces. I remember that year he had a monster day, which you often see at a Florida event. If you're going to win one, you're going to have a breakout day. I think he had like 37 pounds. Rick Clunn in 4th again, 2 out of the top 5. That's got to make Rick Clunn feel good sitting back in the studio. Brian knew his breakout performance, and he mentioned it before this tournament started. He said, I had a special week here 4 years ago, his first ever Elite Series event, and man, he could repeat it here because he had a good day 1.
Absolutely, and a solid start on Bass Track today. We've talked about it so much, that one big bite. You almost have to fish on hope a little bit. I've heard a lot of guys say that. Throughout the day, it's easy to get down on yourself. Start thinking the bite's slow, can't get a bigger bite. All it takes is that one bite. So Brian New's in a great position to potentially repeat a win here at the St. Johns River, but certainly going to take a couple bigger bites this final day.
Edwin Evers was 77 pounds an ounce. Alton Jones was 75.9, which leads to your stick worm. I mean, there's nobody who's probably caught more fish on live on a stick worm than Alton Jones. It's incredible. John Cruz, we saw him a few years ago. What a win that was to win it on Father's Day with his father here, he's bills at every single Elite Series event. It really is amazing. And Paul Mueller back in 2020 with 47 pounds, 6 ounces. That was a little off the pace.
I believe that was that a 2 or 3 day tournament? There was a cancellation on that tournament, so that obviously hindered that performance a little bit. But one of the few wins we've seen with a guy running up north, obviously, that was a different play there. But a swim jig. Again, I don't know that you can look at really any of those, of the top 10 winning bags and not pick out one of these lures. Ironically, it seems to be pretty steady with, the way guys catch them here. And, when you come here as often as we have, you kind of get a good feel for what's going on and what's going to play.
Mueller's had a lot of stories here. I remember him rushing to leave here and have his son, Waylon, and he's on the dock every single morning. But by far the greatest moment here on the St. Johns River. Such a historic moment watching Rick Clunn win in 2019. And let's have a look at that right now. The amazing thing about this isn't just what he accomplished. It was watching how the world reacted to it. We saw him win in 2016 or 16, and that was a huge moment. But that event in 2019, to have Rick Clunn back it up with an even bigger weight, I mean, it was, and that event, if you look how it started, the first 2 days of competition, it was all about the young guns. It was all about, all these hot, young, new pros. And then all of a sudden the weekend rolls around and it becomes about Mark Menendez and Rick Clunn. And there is not a soul in bass fishing that didn't love watching that.
I tell people all the time, that might be one of my favorite Elite Series tournaments of all time. Everything set up so perfectly. You had a massive cold front during practice, looked like things were going to be really bad. But by the tournament time, weather started warming up, fish started biting. And it seemed like every day you couldn't keep up with the catches. Like they were coming in so quickly during the day that you could not show another 6-pounder, another 7-pounder quick enough because they were catching them at that rate. And Rick Clunn's masterful final day performance, I will never forget. One of my favorite things that happened that day was, I think, the second 8 or 9-pounder, which is crazy to say as it is, he catches, and Mark Zona in studio says, that's a decent keeper, because at that point of the day, we had just seen so much chaos from big fish from every angler, and Rick Clunn built obviously just a masterful bag there, and like I said, I mean, ultimately one of my favorite Elite Series tournaments I have ever watched, covered, anything.
Rick Clunn reminded me of it. It's funny. After he won in 2016, a lot of us thought, well, Rick will retire now. And I wondered, you know, why didn't he retire? Walk away. You hit a home run. Why not retire? And when he won, and Rick, again, reminded me of this on stage, I said, now it makes sense. And if you look at that, the history of this sport, if he doesn't win that one in 2016, how different is the narrative in 2019 after the split? So everything truly happens for a reason, as Rick Clunn will constantly remind you, never accept that your greatest moments are in the past, because Rick Clunn got it done here in 2019. And guess what? He's doing our job in the studio this week. There is nothing that Rick Clunn can't do, Kyle Jesse.
He is a special human being, absolutely. It's been a pleasure to work with him, even as long as I got to. Not nearly as long as you and Steve Bowman and everybody in the crew here has got to, but Rick Clunn is a special individual. There's no question about it.
Well, we got a couple of special individuals joining us here on the set in just a few minutes. Got to thank the WWE guys yesterday, but as Kyle said, he was not impressed. Not impressed with the number of dings that we saw on the board. So we got in a couple of ringers here this week. Stephen Browning, who is playing soccer dad this week. Sure, he's won Bassmaster Opens, Fish Bassmaster Classics, but he's here cheering on his son, Bo Browning, in his rookie event. And, of course, we are in Palatka, so we're joined by the Prince of Palatka, Cliff Pirch, Elite Series champion. And they're two of the best dudes on earth, but we're going to try to rile them up and ruin Bowman's day.
We're going to get them going here. Going to get some great information from them early on, and then these guys are competitors. You know they want to win, and it's going to be a fierce competition today.
Look at that leaderboard. Evan Kung, Elite Series rookie with 33 pounds, 13 ounces. Dollar Bill trying to chase him down. And Seth Fider, coming off a really tough season last year, had spent an insane amount of time here. Literally a month and a half he's been in Florida preparing for this, and it looks like it's paying off. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, and nothing makes me more excited than watching Bill Lowen catch a six. Well, I liked watching these two guys catch 6-pounders, but Bill Lowen, what a day he is having. Left the dock this morning really concerned about making that top 50. Well, I can tell you, unless, Bill, somebody stops you, a manatee or an alligator getting back, you are going to be fishing on semifinal Saturday, because Florida is all about the big bites, and that is the biggest bite we've seen on camera all day long. But we got some big players joining me here on the set. Happy to be joined by the Prince of Palatka.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here. I'd rather be out there, but
I know.
I'll take the mic with you anytime.
Yeah. Joined by Stephen Browning as well, and Browning playing a little different role this week. I mean, normally you're competing in these things, but you're soccer dad.
I'm a soccer dad.
Cheering him on.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, now I know what we put our wives and friends through. You know, watching Bass Track. I mean, I have literally scrolled through there 50 times and coaching Bo the whole time, trying to go, dude, you got to catch one more. Just catch one more. You know, it's been a stressful 2 days, I promise you.
What did you tell him the night before? Did you have?
Yeah, you know, I just told him to have fun and go out there and do what he does. I've got a lot of confidence in him. He's got a lot of confidence in himself. And, I mean, he's on the biggest stage of bass fishing against some of his childhood heroes, you know, and it's one of those deals where just, you know, find you an area and go through there and just take your time and catch them one at a time.
Cliff, you might not be in a different position in the next few years. Who knows? You got a son who's really competitive in collegiate events, and, you know, do you think he'll be on the Elite Series, and will that be more comfortable than actually fishing him yourself, or is cheering him on a lot tougher?
Man, it's, you know, I'm kind of like Steven. I got a lot of confidence in what he does, and I'm not going to push it. If he wants it, it's all about him. I'm going to make him earn it, and if he wants it, I'm sure he'll be here.
You've been locked into the footage. What are you seeing? What's shocking you this week on your home body of water?
Nothing really. I mean, I kind of seen the weather, and I knew it was going to be a kind of a grinder tournament. And the guy that wins this thing is going to kind of have to mix it up a little bit, because I really don't feel like the spawn is going to get any better until after this event's over. So the guy that wins it is going to kind of mix it up a little bit and not just depend on sight fishing or drop fishing or, you know, one particular bank, because the wind's going to change directions, and the shallow bite, whenever it gets slick and sunny here, can get kind of tough if you're not looking at them.
So to read through the lines, not to rub it in, but the thrill of victory and the agony of angling, this Palatka event probably sets up pretty well for you.
It would. I mean, any of them did, but I mean,
Or not. Come on. Gotta beat a 143. Come on, scale. One 5.2. Number 3. Picked up an ounce. Picked up an ounce. We gotta get rid of number 4. I think that's right. Yeah. I need to call by pounds.
No, he's working for the whitetail group. Yeah. He quit us about mid-season last year. Really? Yeah. Little guy, but again, I will take every ounce of him. He got it good too. Crazy how fast things can change. Like, I mean, not that we're like lighting the world on fire, but we had 0 bass not like 30 minutes ago. so anything is moving us in the right direction now. Hey, number 4.
Drew Benton, always a player when we come to Florida. I mean, anytime you can look at him, I mean, his eyes are just an absolute weapon. In other sports, we talk about, you know, a quarterback's mobility, different things like that, a pitcher's fastball. His eyeballs are his fastball. But I need to see some fastballs from you guys. Before we get into this, how many times has Bowman just really bothered you?
Yeah. Hey, I've already got my sights right here.
30-something years, so yeah.
The wrestlers took it easy on him yesterday.
Yes,
they did.
They really did.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're going to go head-to-head. We're going to have a casting contest. Bowman's in place. Come on here. Drop the mics, guys, and pick up something that you're more familiar with holding, which are these rods right here. Who's going to go first? First of all, we got to decide this. Are you? Oh, wow. Wow. Local's going first. Okay. You get 1 minute. Kyle's going to be your timer.
You get 1 minute, and to make one thing clear, you have to hit the bell. You got to hit the bell for it to count. On my count, everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, go. That hit it. That hit it. That's one. That's one. Number one. No good on number two.
Brownie, you do not. You're disputing
just to the right on number three.
We got to get his
Bowman
ears
off
checked.
the dome. Here we go.
The bell says
we're cooking.
ding. It doesn't say thunk.
Short. Still sitting at 1. 20 seconds in. 20 seconds in.
All of a sudden, those wrestlers don't seem so bad.
Now the plug knocker's getting away from him. Short. Short on that one. 20 seconds left. We got 20 seconds. We've got it hung up over here. 15 seconds.
Wow, this is performance anxiety right here is what we're seeing.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What was the official score?
I had 1. You got 2. Bowman has 2. Bowman has 2. We got 2 for Cliff Prince.
2. How did you add a point from the official? What is happening? This is all
There's
fixed,
Steven
Brownie.
cheating on us. Cheating.
I mean, he will
after it.
cheat for a dude from Arkansas. That has been proven over the years.
All right, everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, go. He's going with the straight up flipping strategy. No pitching involved
target.
here.
I mean, anglers are. You guys never cast high. Clearly.
Sure.
If he gets his link right, he's going.
That hit? There we go. There's one. There's one. 20 seconds in. We got one.
Okay. Hit Bowman
1 to
right
tie,
in the
2 to
face.
win. Through the legs. That looked like a strategic shot there, I'm going to be honest. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. We got 1 right now. Need 2 to win.
Just to remind you, wrestlers hit 3. Professional wrestlers
20 seconds
hit
left.
3.
Off the dome.
It's the wind. Is the wind the problem?
Yes,
15 seconds.
Forward facing
Still
sonar
got 1.
did it.
Needs 1 to tie. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What are we? Are we in another tie? We got another tie.
Another tie. 2 to 2.
2 30-second rounds. We might need to turn these into 2-minute rounds for you guys. I was like, look out. We got pros. They're going to light this. Okay, hold on. Slow down.
Hold up.
I'm just trying it left-handed. I didn't do very good right-handed, so might as well go left-handed. Why not?
Okay. You're going first this time?
Yes, sir.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Why not? Is that all right? Yeah. Okay.
30
Here we go.
seconds.
30-second round in 3, 2, 1, go. That hit it. He's already got 1. Great start. Great start. These are going to do some damage if they hit Bowman. That's 2. Short.
What are we
15
at,
seconds.
2?
15 seconds. We got 2.
Are you
9.
intimidated right now?
No, not at all. And he's not
5,
intimidated with me coming
4,
behind him either.
3,
'Cause he's seen me.
2, 1. 2.
Bass's mouth instead of the bell.
Did you get 2?
The Bass is 2.
Yeah, the bass is distracting me.
I understand that. I understand.
We
Look,
got
he's
2.
Look at he's casting your backlash out. That's almost insult to injury right now.
Well, I was hoping he wouldn't catch it, but it's pretty bad.
A little professional overrun. We'll get this fixed, and he'll get 30 seconds. And the number is 2, right, Kyle?
Number's 2. 2 to tie, 3 to win.
Bowman, you want to add any extra numbers like you did the last round? I mean, he is from Arkansas, and all I know how you are.
Bowman's just in it for a fishing trip at this point.
Wow, look at this. We do not have enough props to have professional overruns like this. Oh, wow, he's going to... Okay, we're taking a gear
Things have
change.
gone from bad to worse. We got a second setup right behind you.
Oh, wow, there's a second setup. How is it possible that this was better with the wrestlers? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, Yeah, you didn't like the wrestlers, did you? Now you want the freaking wrestlers. And I want to thank them both for coming out. It was awesome. All right.
All right, hold up. 30-second round.
Braun
3,
Breaker is laughing
2,
right now
1,
in
go.
Orlando. He came in hot to start things.
Yeah, that was close. Oh,
Number one. One more to tie.
Now that was pretty off.
Off the face mask. 15 seconds.
I can't believe.
Oh,
you have
almost
the
went for the up and
throat
down.
guard on there.
10
You know
seconds.
what I mean? Like the goalie's coat and throat guard.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
All right. Well, it's official. We got a winner. Stephen Browning. Come on over here. You won. No, you get nothing, and you really, after that performance, to be honest, neither of you deserve anything. We appreciate you being part of the show, but what was the problem, really? Give me an excuse, something.
The wind.
The wind?
Yeah, it's always the weather. You know, you have to blame something. I'm going to say the weather.
It was definitely something. And we'll be back for more something from the Bassmaster halftime show. Who's winning this tournament?
You know, Bo Browning, but I would have to say either Bill Lowen or Seth Fighter.
I'll go with that. Yeah, Bill Lowen.
Good picks. They both picked the leader, and it's probably not right. I mean, I hope Bill wins. I hope he has a big week, but according to the cast, they talked a big game, and they did not deliver. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we got more fun stuff happening. We got Bo Knows coming up. We got some debate about all sorts of stuff, and we'll cover the action, as always, from the Bassmaster halftime show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Meow. Welcome back to the Bassmaster halftime show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. We're on location here on the shores of Palatka. That's some footage from yesterday's weigh-in. That's always a big part of it. And as you see, the double X's on the stage. It is the 20th season of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Dollar Bill Lowen, our current leader, had a great day yesterday, backing it up here today. It's going to be a fun weigh-in. Always is on day 2, as Tommy Sanders calls it, moving day. Got to stay inside the top 50 or move inside the top 50 to keep your tournament alive and make your way into semifinals Saturday. And, of course, the top 10 Fishing Championship Sunday. We've been having a lot of fun here on the set. I want to thank Stephen Browning and Cliff Prince for joining us. But here's what I know. I'm very impressed by the casting abilities of Braun Breaker and Tony D'Angelo. Yesterday, some people may have trash-talked our fine friends with WWE. I'm so thankful they joined us. But they really outcast those two former Elite Series pros. Bo, does that shock you?
I know. Bo knows that. I got hit in the other regions by them and in the same by these professional guys. But it's a harder target when it's higher. Bass fishermen never fish.
That's our excuse. But wrestlers cast high? Is that what you're saying?
They come off the top rope.
Okay, I got you. I
think there's a possibility that those guys were intentionally trying to hit Bowman, because there were some straight up face shots going on that last casting segment, and those two, have to have some dirt on Bowman. So I think that there was some strategy involved there. I don't think they felt like they had anything to prove, but doesn't look good on paper. Let's put it that way.
No, I'm all for us adding additional targets. Targets on Bowman's face it makes it more fun for me. But regardless of our casting contests, I want to know what Bo knows. So Bowman, fill me in.
Bo knows a lot sometimes, but I'm learning less every time I get my bell rung. But number one, for this event, there's been only one angler who has led on day 1 to go on to win the event. That was John Cruz. And typically you fall out of that first spot pretty rapidly. Now, the other thing I know is, y'all talked about this a little bit, but the average winning weight in 10 years or 10 events of St. John's is 83 pounds and 4 ounces. So you think we're going to be under that? We've been under that a time or two, obviously, but we've been hitting our averages pretty good the first day. Now, the average cut weight, everybody's thinking, who's going to be fishing tomorrow? If you're looking at the bass track and everything else, the average cut weight for all these 10 events has been 21 pounds and about 4 ounces. Okay. But we've had as high as 28.14 to make the cut in 2014 and as low as 18 in 2020. But the interesting thing is, and I'm pointing to what Prince and Browning said about who they think is going to win. The typical winner of this event outside of John Cruz starts in an average place after day one of 15th.
Wow.
Wow.
Rick Clunn, who won in 2016, started day one in 38th. So those averages do not fare well for the guys that you see are doing well right now.
And if you look at last year's event, Brad Watley had 2 fish on day number 1 of that tournament.
95th.
And then came very close to winning that event.
That's right. This is a comebackers event. And one of the things that y'all been talking about is staying focused, staying focused, staying focused. Browning talked about coaching Bo that way. Stay focused, and you got to get one more. You got to get one more. And that sums up this tournament more than any other.
One big bite goes a long way. We've talked about that a lot. And when you get that big bite on day 2 that you didn't get on day 1, there's a lot of flip-flopping going on.
Well, there is no such thing as, in my mind, in Florida, a 5-fish stringer that is 5 5-pounders. You know, they all have a giant somewhere. And who gets that giant, when they get that giant, and if they can back it up with a kicker to the giant, like Jacarrett did yesterday, that's the guy who wins every time.
That's what Bo knows. But I got to ask you this. I mean, you were in the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. You're in the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame primarily as a writer. Is comebacker a real word?
It is now. It's in the new Webster's AP style book. If we can have the Gulf of America, we can have comebacker.
Well, you can have whatever you want.
There you go.
Thanks, Steve Bowman. Kyle Jesse, this has been a fun segment. It's fun tournament. I mean, it's finally starting to get a little bit more Florida-like. I mean, this morning's weather is not what you come here for. If this wind lays down, it'll be a very comfortable weekend. And Dollar Bill is feeling just fine.
Absolutely. Obviously, the air temp's starting to get up. Sun's getting up. We've seen that affect guys like Drew Benton, helped him out. Bill Lowen starting to get more bites. That 6-pounder, obviously going to be a crucial bite for him. Another 3-pounder on top of that just moments ago. It's going to be interesting. I mean, late in the day in these Florida events, especially spawn, pre-spawn, you can always count on there being somebody catch them late in the day. Jay Security, even yesterday, didn't have a keeper, I was told, until about 11 o'clock. So it can happen fast, and it can happen late in the day.
Having that late number is going to be key, and it was yesterday. So we'll have to see how it all shakes out, but I'm going to remind you, keep your eye on the amazing fighter, man. What a week he's having. Posted a video on TikTok. Joined TikTok the night before the tournament. As of yesterday after weigh-in, had 1.3 million plays. Lord knows what it is right now. But having a breakout performance after a tough season, sitting in 3rd place with 33 pounds, 7 ounces. Bowman, you on TikTok? You a big TikToker?
I got to watch.
Yeah. Bo knows watches. Sure knows watches. Speaking of watches, we will be watching the leaderboard all day long. I want to thank all of you for joining us on our halftime show. We're going to ramp things back up with our full coverage and throw it back to the studio with the fine folks there, Rick Clunn, Davey Height, and of course, Tommy Sanders. Going to be breaking down the action all afternoon long. And me and Kyle Jesse going to get ready for weigh-in. It's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. Going to be some surprises just like we had yesterday. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Always a good time on the Bassmaster Halftime Show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Meow. Thank you.
Thanks, Middleton.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Day 2 action coming your way from the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. We got 3 hours of fishing for at least the anglers in the first flight. A little longer for those as the flights go down through the 4 discrete flights, but we're getting down to it. I mean, with the end of the day, it's going to be a big event, and that's going to be called the Cut where everybody who's over 50th place, 50th and over, will be able to fish on Saturday, semifinal Saturday. Everyone else has to hit the road. So it's getting the job done. You got 3 hours to get it done if you are not in that top 50 as it stands right now. Bill Lowen, the veteran, in his 20th year. The Bassmaster Elite Series, looking for his second win here. Certainly laying the foundation, the groundwork for that. Holding on to that lead. He's been sitting up there either first or second for most of this day number 2. So we have got a lot of things working, a lot of storylines, and there's going to be a lot of movement up and down the leaderboard. Sitting here with Davey Height, as always, Davey, and our special guest, the great Rick Clunn. This coverage is all, and we see as many Rick Clunn fish catches during the course of the day as we see any others, and that's right and good that that's happening that way.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Rick had such a good career, but the St. Johns River is certainly a big part of that, his last 2 victories being here. Throwing a spinnerbait like this guy, Brandon Card.
No, it's, you know, I've been, like I said, I'm starting, I've been really trying to learn what I consider my worst type of weather days in my career. And so far, due to the wind, it's the baits I would have probably been fishing would have been working. Of course, you still have to be in the right water.
One thing interesting about this time of the year, even in Florida, is most of these fish are pre-spawn. There are a fair amount of them that have spawned, but it's still a lot of fish to move up. The afternoon can be your better part of the fishing day. We grow up as fishermen thinking early morning is always best, but particularly this time of the year with the cold front situation, the sun being out. If you look, we've got 6 cameras out there today, and only 2 of the 6 are still in our top 10. But of those 4 anglers, 2 of those said the afternoon is critical for me, so we could see them move back into our top 10.
I guess Brandon's moved back on the windy side.
He has. I think going over to the calm side didn't work out for him.
Did not play. No.
Like I said, there's probably not a half a dozen docks on that side, and like you said, a lot of them are newer docks.
Yes.
He's all the way down on the south end of Crescent.
Do what?
Right. I want to show you something here that happened while we were having the halftime show here.
Oh, really?
We'd like you to take a look at this. Is moments ago, not too long ago, with Brandon Card.
There he is.
Ooh, way up under there still.
Get up in here.
Ooh.
Yeah, boy. That'll Cole.
That will help.
Definitely. See, his choice of colors is interesting to me.
2 3/4
that would not
probably.
be my choice, even though he's rapping.
Let's go
this
ahead
time
and
of
start
year,
the culling
obviously, shad
process.
colors, kind of what he's some type of shad or shiner.
Long, skinny one there. All the other ones have been
But see, a perch is a double enemy this time of year to a bass. Not only do they like to eat them, but they're their enemy, and they get mad at us.
Oh yeah. So you got.
I normally would work a perch color, but the shad color is working great for him right now. Thank goodness for spot lock.
Yes.
By the time you went through all of this before that, you'd be
you'd be halfway
down the bag.
You'd be halfway back to Palatka, but
yeah.
Or actually the other way. Be a Weelacka.
Yeah.
2.5.
The year I won in 2016, I was fishing that stretch he's fishing right now in practice. And I fished those docks, never had a bite. And a shiner fisherman came in behind me, and every dock they pitched a shiner under, they would catch a good one.
Yeah. As soon as we
And so I put on a big swim bait, and I caught a few. That's when I went on down, and I got on the fish.
Probably the last 30
Further
minutes,
down,
nothing.
but it's so strange.
I've had several hits. They're just slapping at it. Spinnerbait's the only thing I can get bit on though. Like I've tried to catch some flipping. I've not had a flipping bite yet. I've tried a chatterbait. Can't get them to go on that. So we're just kind of trying to feel our way out here. Just after that last fish, I weighed all my fish and I had like 13 pounds, so a little more than what I thought. But we definitely got to catch some big ones for sure. 13 pounds ain't gonna cut it. We gotta bring in another bag as good as yesterday, or close anyways, upper teens or something like that. But this wind is howling, that's for sure. At least this area is manageable. I mean, I can actually fish it. There's some parts on this lake you can't even fish right now.
Also, during our break, Evan called the 15 pounds. He and Bill Lowen have 34.5 on Bass Track. Seth Feider caught a 5-pounder to get in third place, about a pound back. And Joey Cifuentes up to 17.5 pounds from 56 to 7th place. He's our big mover of the day and big bag so far.
Have you noticed he's testing the bottom?
Yeah, I like to call that. Before depth finders, you would stick your rod in there to see if you were real deep or not real deep. If it went to your reel, you were real deep. If it stopped halfway before the reel,
deep. I like that. Yeah, that's good.
But the other reason they're checking the hardness of the bottom.
Yeah. That's what he's really doing.
Yeah.
In my opinion, because he's got probably 4 graphs on his boat. He knows how deep it is.
Or he's turned them all off.
Well, that's a good point.
I was trying to see if he still got them on. So it's just interesting. There's so many things that they do.
Hard bottom. Not as much of an issue on the St. Johns River as it is in a lot of other places in Florida, but still important, especially around the spawn. But in Florida, there's so many, Rick, you certainly know this as good as anyone. There's a lot of places in Florida where you stick your rod tip down and you feel the bottom, but you can just push right through it. It's just like
the
sawdust.
silted in is just...
And those fish can't spawn on that.
Well, it kind of answers why it's not muddying up if it's sand. If it's a real, hard or sandy bottom and it's not turning up. Now he's starting to fish cypress trees too a little bit.
I think he'll keep catching them. I don't know if he had 20 pounds even yesterday. I don't know if he'll have that, but I think he'll be in contention all the way through Sunday as long as he has wind. That wind stops, we'll see if he can.
I'm just so impressed that he doesn't have a butt seat up there.
Yeah. To lean on at least.
At least steady a little bit.
Brandon Card forging on ahead there, but Bill Lowen and Evan Kung right there tied at the top. Our weights are unofficial. All of our Bass Track weights are unofficial. Nothing's official until we get all the way to weigh-in time, which I remind you is coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern time today. But between now and then, lots of fishing to show you out there on the St. Johns River. The FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite from the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us. The weekend is almost upon us. It's going to be a big weekend here in the state of Florida for the sport of bass fishing. First stop of the year. 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year. And one of the anglers who's been here in his 20th year in the Elite Series. That's all the years of the Elite Series. Bill Lowen is the man on top right there. Well, I should say. He's co-inhabits that top place along with Evan Kung. But as we say, it's all unofficial, so we'll sort it all out later, but it's a real close race at the top right now. Let's just get out to our leader right now. Man from Indiana and the Ohio River.
Is he hung or is he
I think he's hung, but he might have a fish on there also, the way he's moving around.
That tree. God.
He's got a fish on there, but he's hung.
Yeah.
Lay down.
I mean, she is still on there. I can feel her pulling. Unbelievable right now.
What do you do? What do you do? Sometimes you give them line, sometimes you dump your line to hope they'll change direction and go back around.
Gosh, why won't you come out of there?
I don't know if it'd be legal. I used to have a push pole that had a hook on it.
Oh.
And you get down there and you could grab it, but I'm not sure nowadays that would be legal.
You have to think that Bill Lowen is thinking.
It's a good one.
He knows he's got had a good day yesterday and having one today. Might not know he's tied for the lead, but he's certainly smart enough, got enough experience to know that this could be the fish that wins it or loses it.
Sure, yeah. This just happened.
He's in the conversation.
Yeah, then you would finally have to break it off. You just can't hardly do it.
Looks like he's real deep, David.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's real deep.
He's real deep.
Gosh, she's still on there too.
Curious if he has any idea what size the fish is. It's really bad if he knows that it's a 4+ pounder. I don't think he would be laboring this much if he thought it was a 12-incher.
Yeah.
If I get this fish, it'll be a miracle.
Can't break off the limb, evidently. They're trying sometimes.
Curious if he's got braid or not.
I don't know what he throws his swim bait on.
I think he does.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I think he does swim jig with braid. That's one thing about it. It'll saw its way into wood.
You know what I mean? Got the rod tip, but I know she's out from underneath of it. If I could get the line and get her to come up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if she's there anymore. Yeah, it's like a 4-pounder.
Oh
wow.
Key.
I don't feel her pulling anymore now. Daggone it. And you hate to break her off, you know what I mean?
Fish is 6-7 feet deep, isn't it?
Yeah, come up running bait.
Oh.
And as soon as my bait hit the water, she's up. There she is.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, I'll be danged.
How about
Way to
that?
go, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Big chunk of branch.
Way to go.
Well done.
It's a miracle. 30-pound Tactex Seagar.
What kind of line?
30-pound Seagar.
Told her she was like a 4-pounder.
Not sure if that.
I don't know if she's quite a 4, but I need her.
I think it's braid.
I need her.
I admire your patience.
I cannot believe that limb broke.
No.
All I did was just put a bunch of pressure on it and it broke. Whew.
That put him in first place.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
It's going to help the cause. Almost a 4-pounder, 370.
Curious to know what size fish he
I cannot
calls.
believe that she came out of there. Must be doing something right, huh? All right.
You know, I've only been put on fish twice in my whole career, and his son put me on one time.
Oh, really?
Which would normally not be, because, you know, Fisher fishes everywhere around the campground.
Got that music playing there, Davey.
And, you know, up at in North Dakota, I watched him catch a couple on spook. You know, I was trying to put my boat on the boat then. So that's where I started the tournament.
Wow, wow. Yeah, that music, Tommy, is the Power Pole Replay of the Day music, and I think everyone will vote for Bill Lowen.
Yeah.
And it's almost a 4-pounder, he said, and he was right, 3.70. A lot of patience here. Had this fish wrapped up we watched him for several minutes.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
yeah.
sure it seemed to him like 3 hours.
Oh, there you go.
And finally, his patience pays off. He gets the tree limb and almost a 4-pound bass. Could be the winning fish.
Could well be.
The first event we talked about yesterday, every day is just as important. Every 4-pounder is equally important.
That's a huge difference.
He entered that as a 3.5-pounder. He's got a 2.5-pound lead because he was tied with Clunn. So he called a 1.
You know, I was fishing down through there and I saw one running some brim up against a tree, and when I saw it blow up, it looked like a 10-pounder. I mean, it looked like a whale chasing after that brim, and I threw that jig up there. First cast, I missed. Wound back in. The second cast, as soon as the jig hit the water, she ate it. I get her all the way to the boat. I go around the side of the boat. I'm going to land her. It looks like a 4-pounder, and she gets wrapped up in a tree. And we all know how that typically goes. You know, typically when you get them wrapped up in a tree, they don't stay on. The wood on the St. Johns River is really soft, so it's easy to get stuck in it. You know, your line cuts into it, your jig heads get stuck in it. It's just soft, and I just kept working on her and pushing down on her at the wood, and I could feel her pulling back. Finally, I don't know if the braid sawing into it or whatever, I put a little pressure on it, and the limb broke off, and she floated up to the top, and she was almost a 4-pounder. So for once, it was on the right side of the line. You know what I mean? Typically, when that happens, it doesn't go good. So I was very fortunate to have that one, and I need it. So now I need to just try to catch me some more 4-pounders.
Jennifer,
so
I heard
far,
you scream.
it's working out.
From here.
Yeah, so he wrapped it up really well there. I mean, typically that does not end that way.
Oh, my.
You'll typically end up breaking that fish off.
Well, our Power Pole Replay of the Day is all about the magic moments, and that was a magic moment and could be a very fortuitous moment for Bill.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Bill, or fortunately for him, unfortunately for the Power Pole Replay of the Day, we would have probably voted for him one way or the other, the big catch or the big loss.
That's right.
We're glad that it turned out to be.
Yes.
Good catch for Bill Lowen.
Win-win right there. So Bill Lowen extends his lead now, actually gains the lead. A lead of about 2.5 pounds as it stands right now. And he's going to be ahead of the rookie, Evan Kung. Seth Feider still hanging in there. Dave Mercer says keep your eye on him. Brandon Card, Joey Cifuentes on the Compact Trail. That's something we've been sort of looking forward to, maybe happening this year. Got a lot more developments to come. Don't go away. We continue on into the afternoon at this FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. Now 2.5 hours left total fishing time before our first flight. Anglers have to check in at Palatka. and bring their fish to the scales here. And as it stands right now, Bill Lowen, we just saw him with a hard-earned catch there that really put him up ahead of Evan Kung. Those two were kind of in a statistical tie right there. And now he's got a 2.5-pound advantage over Evan Kung. Seth Fighter hanging in there in third place. Brandon Carr, Jay Shakura. Rounding out of that top 5, Shane LaHue, right before we went to our halftime show. His weights came in, moved himself into the top 10. Justin Atkins is up there in the downstream reaches of the river, not too far from Bill Lowen and Evan Kung, and that's how close those two, 1 and 2, are fishing there on the same creek. Let me show you what happened just moments ago. Bill Lowen, now at this point, he's worked on this fish that's wrapped around a limb. And this is after at least 10 minutes of struggling with this.
It's a miracle. 30-pound Tactex Seagar. Told you she was like a 4-pounder. I don't know if she's quite a 4, but.
I'm saying that bass was as happy as that limb broke as Bill Lowen was.
I don't know where she was.
Thank God you had 30-pound brace.
She's under this overhang.
Yeah, don't leave me here tied to this now.
Yeah, don't, please.
Oh,
wow.
He's going to kick him now.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, what a call to come over there and try to get her.
Another solid one.
Come on, baby.
Yep.
Right here. Right here. Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
More than solid,
man.
Flipping jig down the throat. I missed this fish earlier on a swim jig. Come back over there, threw the flipping jig in there. We got her. We freaking got her. Woo! We got her. Ah! I love it. I love it. I love it. Remember earlier today when I said it's all about decisions? Right there. That's all this is a game of decisions. Whew.
Bill Lowen was one of the most consistent anglers as far as making checks and qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic over the last 20 years as we've had out there. Had his toughest year last year. We heard him say that earlier.
Yeah.
He feels that way. And wow, the first event of 2025, everything's going just right for him.
Oh, man.
It's great.
What a difference a year makes.
He's top 40 pounds. He's got 19 today with that 5-0 there.
That was 5. Wow.
6-pound lead.
Wow.
Wow, that's a big jump.
More than a 5-pound lead for Bill Lowen. Good stuff going out there. Everything's going his way on this day. He's found the fish that don't mind the cold weather. Those Florida bass down there at that creek. Really like that action. Seth Fighter still hanging in there. Brandon Carr, Jay Shakura. Justin Atkins is up in that neck of the woods as well, and he has re-entered the spent some time there yesterday in the top 10. Logan Parks and all the rest. That's the way it stretches out on the map. The 10 anglers that we're looking at today. Lee Livesay. Been a struggle for Lee today.
He really has. He thought he could catch a small limit real quick this morning offshore shell bar, and it did not work. And some other things that haven't worked, but he's hooked up now. Boom. Speaking of not working. When it rains, it pours the other way.
Oh my gosh.
That's my fault. Two of them today.
Yeah, he says it's my fault, and I'm just going to point to people listening. There's hook set angles, and that's dictated by how deep the fish is. If the fish is in a foot of water, you never hook set vertically. Now, I don't know how deep that fish was, because you blow him to the surface so fast, you lose the pressure.
Oh, I see.
And the hook comes out. Where if the fish is, so with a shallow fish, you should be hook setting
Pull him through the water.
laterally to keep the pressure of the water on him.
And a small to mid-sized fish even exaggerates that, because I used to say they don't have shoulders. They don't have that resistance. A big fish in shallow water, you can have a more vertical type hook set, but those 2-3 pounders, they come sailing out.
No, the air is not your friend with the fish when you get him into the air.
I bounced around in this area and was able to catch 4 throwing this little jerkbait around. I was really torn about going somewhere else and trying something totally different, but deep down I feel like if I stuck it out, the sun will at least get them positioned, these couple that are still back here, where I can hopefully catch them. We'll see. Plus, as windy as it is, it's going to make getting around, trying to try new areas, take twice as long. So I was really fortunate to catch a couple in here to really kind of put me at ease. Got enough to fish tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Really just looking to stumble on 1 or 2 females. If I can catch 1 or 2 of those big females that are back here, we'll be right back, close to where we were at. So it can happen fast, and this is the best part of the day for the conditions we got. So we're gonna try to stay positive and keep this trolling motor on high and keep hunting them down.
Drew currently sitting in 18th spot right now. There's 4 fish, one left to a limit.
Just like you said, you got to stay positive. This has been the best part of his fishing day and practice also yesterday. Hope it all works out for him again today.
Go back up.
Man with a hot hand.
Oh, well, we can't take our eyes off Bill Lowen for very long. He has certainly got something working here.
I'm feeling like I can puke is how I'm feeling. I mean, the day started off really slow and just tide wasn't right, and the tide here within the last couple hours since I've started catching them has got right. That tide, I feel like when it's down, they'll eat that swim jig better. And today's just been one of them days where the calls I make have been right. I was very fortunate, had one tangled up in a tree that the limb finally ended up breaking, and I got her, and she was almost a 4-pounder. I just made a call to come back here and try to catch one that I missed earlier this morning, and first pitch with a jig, she ate it, and she was 5 pounds even. So yeah, it's just been one of them days, the calls I'm making are right, and I'm having some luck involved with that as well. I'm getting the right kind of bites. The creek I'm in, where I just caught that fish, the boat was sitting in 27 foot, so I don't feel like the cold fronts are messing with these fish that much, because it's a lot deeper in here than, let's say, fishing in a 3-foot field of lily pads or something like that. So I feel real good about what I'm doing. I just need to make sure, or not make sure, I just need to try to get some more of them bigger than average bites. I still got a 1.5 pounds where I need to get rid of. I'd love to get rid of it and get me over 20. We're like 19.5 right now. Still got a lot of fishing time left, so we're just gonna keep our head down and keep at it. That's all I know how to do.
Great to hear. Bill say he feels like he's about to puke. That's good positive emotions. He's excited as competitors, we don't like to have difficult years, difficult days, difficult tournaments, but in particular, a difficult year can be tough on you during the off season, and you can tell it's good for Bill Lowen and his family for him to be having the day that he's having today.
Kind of melts some of those hard times away. That's very much. Yes. I wonder if he felt like he was going to puke when he caught that 8-pounder on Pickwick back in 21. That was, I suspect he probably did, because that was just breathtaking. I mean, that took everyone's breath away when that one happened.
Yeah, that time of the year, fishing that shallow,
oh my gosh.
Very unusual, catch an 8-pounder.
And it was blew the game open. I mean, that was the game maker.
Here we go.
Come on, stay on it. Stay on it.
Another good one.
Yeah. There's so many different ways of landing fish for those guys. I have a very awkward way of landing them, but it works.
Come here.
Wow, that's another nice one.
Wow.
Unbelievable right now.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's bigger than the 5 he just got.
Swim jig, zoom super speed crawl, winding it as slow as you can, and big girls are eating it.
Well, he's feeling it.
Big girls are eating it.
This is where it's similar to other sports. If you start hitting the 3-pointers, before you let it go, you know, you just turn away like Curry does, and you know it's going in.
Wow.
He's in that kind of zone.
I think I'm going to get rid of that 1.5 pound we were just talking about. Oh, no. Take it. $5.5 pounder.
Just step over me if you would.
What's that?
Step over me because I got to get up.
All right.
Yeah, it's a great comparison to like a basketball player saying all of a sudden the rim seems like it's as big as his table, you know, like this big.
5.
A batter saying the baseball looks like it's the size of a volleyball coming. I see every spin on it.
Almost a 6.
If you're not a tournament fisherman, that's what Bill Lowen is experiencing right now.
On the scale.
Do no wrong.
Yeah. That'll net out about 4 pounds for him right there. Pretty good call.
Yeah, that's pushing in, what, 23, 24?
Gotta go. 23.71.
So we're calling that one we said we wanted to call.
Yes, sir. Like, I mean, might as well just ask for it today, because you ask for it, it's happening. You know?
You know, there is a danger to this excitement right here where he's at.
I mean,
you forget to call.
You couldn't script it anymore.
Yeah.
You get so excited and you change your procedure a little bit, and fish goes in, fish comes out.
Number 1.
And
all right. I gotta make some room here.
I don't think you'll have to worry about that.
I'm gonna give him about a 10-pound lead.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a great point. At this point, you have to just slow down, take a deep breath, and make sure you don't make a mental mistake that could cost you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Hagney say this morning that these kind of days, fishing is between your ears.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, he's just...
He caught that 5-pounder early in the day, and he said, I'm going to be fishing tomorrow. He may be locking his place in for Sunday if he keeps at this rate for a couple more hours. Bill Lowen on fire out there.
He needs to talk to Evan. If Evan's in the same flight, you go back the same time.
Oh, yeah.
If Evan will.
Boy, no kidding. No.
In case you break down.
You don't want to be stranded out there, that's for sure. Thinking ahead never hurts. Bill Lowen, the man on top, Evan Kung, losing some ground. We'll be right back. The FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River here, the incredible, mighty St. Johns River. Palatka, Florida, our fantastic host community there. Big-time bass fishing community. Our live coverage sponsored by Humminbird. On this day, we're very happy to have you with us as the weekend is just about upon us here. And of course, the weekend brings semifinal Saturday, tomorrow for the top 50 anglers. After weigh-in today, and then we'll cut the field again severely down to 10 anglers for the final championship round on Sunday. Let's get back to the man who started the day with the lead. His day has not gone quite the way his day one went. Jay Shakurit a little bit slower on this day. He's in 5th place as it stands right now.
Appears to be sight fishing using
So we
electronics.
took a little trip down to Astor where I had some fish going in practice. I'm working on a bedding bass right now. I do know it's a pretty decent fish, so I plan on taking a little bit of my time to try and catch it at least. Give it 15-20 minutes here and see if I can get it in the boat, and then I got a few more fish marked around this general area. I'll try and catch those as well, and then I'm gonna have to start heading back. The lake was pretty gnarly a little bit earlier, so I'm gonna do that, and hopefully by the time I come in, I have a decent bag of fish. It doesn't look great right now, but I mean, we still got a little bit of time, and you know, I'm looking at a pretty nice fish right here. It should bite. It's just gonna take me a minute to get it fired up where it needs to be, but anyways, yeah, that's the story of the day. Tough, not easy, that's a fact. I mean, it's been sunny all day, but that hasn't really been necessarily helping me in any way, because there's not really any fish pulling up to spawn. So that's kind of unfortunate, but anyways, I'm just tying on a drop shot here to get a little more finesse around this fish. The ones that I have found have been really picky for whatever reason. Obviously, probably because it was 30-some degrees this morning, and we had water temperatures, you know, lower 70s in practice, and now they're getting into the lower 60s, especially in the mornings. But either way, the plan is to come in with 5 today. Regardless of what happens, I'll probably hit a few places on the way in that just have some keeper fish to fill my limit, but overall, it's been real tough on me so far. Hopefully I can catch this fish here. It's a pretty nice one.
Steady J.
Yeah.
Got that same.
Yeah, good times,
Same
bad times.
volume, same highs and lows in his voice.
That little beeper in the hospital just goes the same number of beeps per minute, no matter what.
He's only got 3 fish for 6.6, but he's still in 5th place. I mean, he's 13 pounds back, but 3 fish. You know, Bill Lowen is taking over the hour, but we've got some other good catches. Brandon Cobb's got a 4.12. John Cruz has a 4.12 and another 4+. KJ Queen, Hunter Shryack, who's knocking on the top 10 right now, had a 5 and then a 4.
Still have but one rookie in the top 10, and that's Evan Kung.
Emil Wagner's next at 13th for a decent day, almost 15 pounds.
Tucker Smith 17th. We got 3 in the top 20.
It's hard to read, Jay, because he is so consistent, but I think he's real confident that he's going to catch his fish. Real confident it'll salvage his day.
Yeah. Here.
What little I've done bed fishing, you definitely determine the temperament.
I've seen probably 4 new fish just up here sunning. That one's up there. The male is anyway. There was a pretty good female there this morning, but they weren't catchable. I can probably catch that one right now if I spent some time on it. But the water's come up maybe 3 degrees, 4 degrees. So we're seeing some of the effects of this sunlight. We got about an hour and a half left for it to do some work. And I mean, we're just hoping to stumble on a big one. Just saw a female sitting right up there, and she kept coming back to the same spot. I mean, we're right there. I mean, it's close to being good again. Or at least offsetting last night's cold. I won't say being good again, but I'm gonna pitch at this one a few times and just see how it acts. It had about a 4 or 5 pounder there this morning, but I hadn't seen her since she swam off that first time this morning.
and it was not there yesterday.
Any other bait, but I will never say it's the most fun.
Okay.
Because it works you hard, even though it works hard for you. But the jerk bait and it's just a unique strike. And
I'm just back here blind casting it. So.
I was fishing it again. Obviously, I'm older than everybody, but
I'm just pitching in there.
Before anybody was fishing.
Right.
And I had a friend in the Ozarks that he's the first one that told me 30-some years ago, we're putting weight around the hooks of our bait. And when I caught that 32-pound string at Kentucky Lake, you couldn't buy a suspended jerkbait. Of course, after that, they go everywhere. And I just liked it, and it was a big fish bait. It was. You see even now, like hammering them, it'll catch a big fish.
I'm going to let Drew Benton observe this one for a while, see if he can get something happening there. You heard him say, I got about an hour and a half to get the work done so far today, so that's playing in the background as well, that clock ticking away. Bill Lowen, I'm sure he'd love for that clock to just go ahead and, I don't know, he might want it to go slower because he's getting so much done in this afternoon period here. Bill Lowen, the man on top by a lot here on day number 2 on the St. John's.
Yeah, you see what's waiting for him out there.
If you're a little confused about picking between 100 Elite Series pros and figuring out who's going to do the best, well, this game mode is for you. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we're talking about TH Marine Pick'em, where there's 7 matchups, 14 total anglers, and you just have to pick one or the other. 50% chance of getting it correct, and it's all about the matchup that we put them in. I talked about it yesterday a little bit with the AOI versus ROI. You've got Floridians, you've got young guys with beards, guys that are international anglers, roommates, past winners, and guys named Tyler. Who did you pick? I'll disclose my picks. Like I said with Kyle Jesse, 3 of our picks matched, 4 of them were different, so we'll see how we shake out at the end of the week as well. Between AOI and ROI from last year, we both went with Chris Johnston. Then when it came to the Floridians, I sided with Drew Benton a little bit on this one just because it's a little colder coming into this week than a full-blown spawn event. He went with John Cox. I went with Jacob Fouts. He obviously had a top 10 here in 2024. It was during April. It was in Rodman. Has no necessary bearing on this week's event, but he has been here more times than Robert G has, a little bit more experience on the St. John's River. So I went with Jacob Fouts. Kyle went with Robert G. Then we went international. I went with Carl. Even though Florida throws people for a loop, Carl has seemingly figured out Florida a little bit to at least be comfortable. He's had some good finishes and has been on camera here. So I went with Carl. Kyle went with Taku. Then the roommates, we both sided with Patrick Walters. Just like Greg Hackney, it's hard pressed to see Patrick Walters outside the top 20 in a St. John's River Elite Series event. Then we had Corey versus Cruz. I think I went with Corey Johnston, and Kyle went with John Cruz. Obviously, John is a special angler in the state of Florida, especially in February at the St. John's River, and I think that's why Kyle went with him. And then we both went with Tyler Rivette over Tyler Williams here at the St. John's River. Those are the 7 matchups for TH Marine Pick'em. I picked Tyler Rivette this week because I think that a lot of people are going to pick him next week at Okeechobee. So might as well get it while you can get it now. So you can't necessarily compete in a big group for TH Marine Pick'em, but still get your friends' input, see what they had, screenshot your picks, share them along, and at the end of the year, whoever picks the most matchups correctly will win a top prize from TH Marine.
All right. Thank you, Ronnie. I don't know if Ronnie makes up or Kyle maybe makes up those categories, guys with beards, guys with the name Justin or whatever, but they're going to run out of that, it seems like, before too long. Or they're probably more resourceful.
It seems like they're already kind of digging deep in the bag to get guys with beards.
It's like we're kind of getting down there already.
Very good look at him at time. but he's definitely a keeper.
There's 5.
Numero 50. I think my 50 one's in here.
Nothing over 2 pounds.
All right. Go back here and see this other female, see if she's up there.
Yeah,
Sure.
If you noticed his hook set, bed
Nah.
fishermen rarely do a vertical.
Yeah.
Pound and a quarter.
Certainly wasn't in his plan to be fishing for
first I
1
thought it was
pound and
a
a quarter
2-pounder.
at 1 o'clock Eastern time, but man's got to do what a man's got to do at
You
this
gotta-
point of the
You
day.
got to take what's laying on the table at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing, I guess, and you have to have confidence, and he's super confident in that style, and he knows he can just move 50 yards down the bank, and there could be 3 big ones down through there.
Like he said, it could happen real fast.
Right.
Yeah.
New angler in our top 10, Caleb Kufal, with a 5.5. He's up to 15.9. I think he started the day around 30th place with 15 pounds.
Speaking of, it can happen real fast.
Yeah, it did ever happen fast for Bill Lowen. Got himself carved out a 10-point lead, 10 points clear of the field, 10 pounds clear of the field now.
What is he, 16, 17 pounds ahead of 10th? Didn't think we'd see that much separation.
No.
No.
Day
Well,
2.
let's see. Yeah, he's 15 pounds, 15 and a half pounds.
Yeah, they're not going to help you, Bill.
It was 15 when you started that sentence.
Yeah,
It's
that's
16
right,
now.
not 16. That's how quick your fame can
I don't know if he's going to help me or not.
go away.
I don't think so, but
210 is his smallest listed on Bass Track.
it's going to be close, probably.
Ain't going to help.
It's interesting that he weighs his
Oh, maybe now.
cold deal with the fish.
Yeah. You see guys either one way or the other, as long as you're consistent, I guess. It's,
Yeah.
You know the weight, I guess you know the weight of the little,
float and
yeah, the floating deal.
You gonna call that full pack?
landing.
What's that?
You calling?
Yeah, well, I got a 282 in here.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
This
that.
one's a 293.
Call is a call.
Oh,
Oop.
you changed.
Did that go in right? Yeah, it did. What'd I say I gotta get rid of? 282 over 6.
Oh, and pounds and ounces, about a 215, replacing a 211, 212.
Yeah.
4 ounces or
Three-way
so.
this one. He just feels heavier, you know? Nope, he gotta go.
Got Mark Menendez getting a limit back in our top 10 at 9th place, started day 12th. And Brad Watley, remember him starting 95th last year with 2 fish? And climbing up, he's got more than 13 today. He was 79th. He's in our cut and in the 30s right now. But there's a lot of guys not on Bass Track.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking out loud, like the gamble would be to run about 30 minutes to some canals that I've caught some good ones in practice, or just stay the course here and hope that the bite turns on. There's definitely bite windows yesterday. So I'm just kind of weighing the options in my head right now, trying to figure out what I want to do. Because I'm not due until 4, so I have 3 more hours. I mean, you can do a lot in 3 hours. Just trying to get it figured out here. The last hour or so, I've had about 4 bites, and none of them have hooked up. They're just slapping at it. So obviously there's like a little funk going on right now. Definitely not a feeding window. But yesterday there was a feeding window like around 1:30. Just gotta figure out what we want to do the last 3 hours.
Austin Felix's fish just came in. He's got a 6.5 pounder. Wow. His limit going 14. He's in about 28th right now. Started the day 72nd. Pretty good climb.
So Brandon Card saying figure out what we've got to do for the last 3 hours of his tournament day today. Yesterday, after the term was over and he weighed in his 20 pounds, he spent 3 hours at the local emergency room.
Yeah,
those
look
are
at that.
bass fins. Well, there was, I guess they only found little pieces of the fin in there, but 3 separate places while he was culling yesterday. Maybe the wind and the rough water explains him getting fins in his hand. Maybe it was just difficult with the boat moving so much, but already started to, soreness and swelling, and if you let that go for a few days and don't get it cleaned out, it could lead into some
infection
issues there.
situation, yeah.
He had to go to the hospital yesterday. Said he was there from about 5 to 8. Said people were real nice and helpful, but it just took a little while. But time well spent. Hopefully he doesn't use 3 hours of his tournament this afternoon doing something like that. We have seen people have to leave the water to go get out with hooks and
more than once. In fact, we saw a fellow have to leave the water. He came back and won the tournament one time. You remember that?
Rick would tell us it would hurt his mindset and take away time tying, feeling the pain, right?
Yes.
No, I don't know. Yeah, but I had a high school friend that died from getting finned. So
really?
Yeah. It was a catfish. I mean, a saltwater catfish, we call it a hardhead, and they're bad anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And the infection got out of hand. Oh, my goodness.
Worth just sitting on it the rest of the time.
Back over to Jay Shakurit.
Still on the same fish. He said he could tell it's a good one. Here we go. Biggest thing he's had on all day.
Yeah.
Not a 4, but one we really need. Persistence pays off. I thought it was a lot bigger, I'm not gonna lie. I overshot that one a little bit. That's all right.
Who's running the drone? Is there just another boat there?
Usually Wes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's my favorite ninja here at Falcon.
Oh, he's, yeah.
You can just put 2.5. It's pushing 3, but not quite. Thank you, buddy.
Close to 9 pounds. Now he just needs a 6-pounder for his target weight today. He wanted to get at least 15 after 25 yesterday.
I was gonna say the craziest thing would have been when those dogs came down. I just like hook up. I figured you're just like looking at the dogs and all of a sudden. Oh. I win. I went on that fish. Yeah, that's good.
So he'll be fishing his third classic here in a few weeks down in Texas.
Yeah, we're just going around the corner.
He's got a 7th and a 4th in his 2 classics so far.
I was going to mention he's done well in his 2 classics so far. Been in the mix.
Absolutely, been a part of
AOY 7th, 6th, and 10th.
Yeah.
Solid young fisherman, no doubt.
7th place angler of the year last year. I think that's his highest ever. I mean, deepest ever angler of the year finish.
You know, and I fished with Shaw in Florida a lot, and Shaw would not deal with anything but the last 50 yards of any of those canals.
Really?
Now that was Lake Griffin, Harris Chain, when I threw him.
Yeah. Bill Lowen, the man on top, 44 pounds. Evan Kung, well, he's a long ways back as it stands right now. We got more to come. Don't go away. Bassmaster Elite Series 2025 underway with this FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite on the mighty St. Johns River. Our live coverage is brought to you by Humminbird. We have had a lot to see today. Some beautiful, beautiful scenery from this part of Florida that's maybe a lot of places not so developed, not like a lot of the rest of Florida. Very beautiful, wild place. And Bill Lowen has put on a wild show for us. I mean, he was tied with Evan Kung when we started our afternoon session here, and since then he has stretched that lead out to 10 pounds. So why don't we just go ahead and talk about Bill in terms of our marathon peak performance, Davey High, because you have to hand it to him today.
Absolutely have to hand it to him. Bill Lowen doing what he loves to do, keeping a jig in his hand, some a flipping jig, some a swim jig. Had a very small limit this morning, and then things started to change for Bill Lowen a little later in the day. Good solid fish there.
Right there, one bite. Look at that. Swim jig down the throat.
Changed his day right there, got things going. At that point, he had 5 fish and weighed about 4. He said 3.5, 4 pounds, but things definitely changed for him there with that one fish.
Come over there and try to get
And he followed that up with another really nice one. Definitely marathon peak performance for Bill Lowen.
Yes.
And he's only about halfway through this peak performance at this point.
It's something. It's breathtaking.
We got her.
Here we go, just a few minutes later. Swim jig, matted vegetation there in this a little north of Palatka.
Unbelievable right now. Look at that. Zoom super speed crawl. Wind in it as slow as you can. And big girls are eating it.
I would say those big girls are eating it. Took a commanding lead. Bill Lowen, marathon peak performance. 6-pounder, 5-pounder, 5:13. That's how you have a commanding lead on the St. Johns River on a cold, cold day. Day 2, first Bassmaster Elite Series 2025.
His finest hour might have been a battle with a 2-inch around stick.
Yes.
Earlier after he got wrapped up and wouldn't turn loose.
Can you explain the difference between a flipping jig and a swim jig?
So it's some swim jigs will have a smaller profile hook because of the casting type bait. Most swim jigs are different by the head shape. The flipping jig made to come over wood and rocks more so than the swim jig more in vegetation.
And the trailer's different, maybe?
I think you could mix the trailers up with both, just kind of depending on the vibration of the thump that you would
My
want.
area, I haven't been fishing up quite this far, and see what it's like up here. I noticed up here the water temperature's a degree colder. I don't know if that's going to matter or not. I'm going to fish up this way a little bit. Don't want to get no bites. I'm going to turn around and head back that way. Try to catch one more big one. If I start burning a bunch of fish, though, I might just go ahead and get out of here. But at least that's the game plan as of right now. Just trying to catch another big one.
I wonder if he knows that Evan is in that.
That's what I was just thinking, because he doesn't act like he does.
No, he doesn't.
I've never seen him in the background.
I haven't either.
He's got his groove back. So does Joey Cifuentes. He just landed a 6-pound, 4-ounce fish.
Wow, he's got
the second biggest bag of the day, 21.4. Wow. He's up to 4th place from 56th, I believe. Good day for Joey.
Very good day.
Getting all them bites. Just looks real. That's probably why it's a little colder. It's not holding that heat in. But you can just tell, I mean, like it's really clear compared to down there.
It's interesting.
So we're all wondering if he is seeing that Evan Clunn, second place unofficially, is in the same creek as he is or not. Rick, tell us the different mindsets you would have if you think you're the only one in there versus you think there is another competitor in there that's catching him. You know, he's in second place, almost as well as you.
No, I would definitely notice and pay attention to who it is. And this Clunn being a new angler, he has to get close enough probably to see the name on the boat.
So would you stay or leave if you knew he was there versus if you did not know he was there? Would it change your...
Not as big a creek as that is. That wouldn't be my primary reason. The main reason is what he already said, is just fish management himself. He may be his own worst person in there. And you know neither one of them's not going to come back there because both of them's had a good day. So,
well, if Bill wasn't the first one in there, he would have to know that Clunn was in there, right?
Correct.
Because he would have had to go past him.
Yeah. But we don't know
we don't know that we don't know.
And we don't know that he knows who that is.
Yeah. Oh, that's true too.
Because he is a rookie, I think.
Need to have the cameraman
No,
ask
I'd be
him.
very happy that that's the only boat in there.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Well, you couldn't have that cameraman ask him. That would.
Or if he knows he's seen somebody else.
No, that's...
No, you couldn't. That wouldn't be.
Okay.
There would be.
Would have seen him.
It would start making his mind spin, and then it would also be borderline trying to help him know that he's got competitors in there.
I'm sure he knows. One of them knows.
Yeah.
Brandon Card hooked up.
Yeah, he's got one.
Get up in here.
Oh.
Yeah, boy. I don't know if he'll help or not.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
They're all about the same dang size.
Can be real
He hit it
close. I don't know if it'll help.
Let's see. It won't lock in. It helps. Barely. Number 2. $2.5 pounder. See, they're just chunky.
You know, this is though both where Brandon is and where Lowen is when you lose a tournament by not managing it correctly. If you could have you push it up 8 more ounces, that can be a lot at the end of the tournament. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, where does that overlap into, you know, catching too many of your fish? Mm-hmm. So it's a tough call, but a lot more often than not, I see people lose tournaments because of that.
Take another look at this fish against that wall that Jay Shakurit caught earlier today. Worked on it a pretty good while, I think.
He did. Jay was, if you're just joining us, day 1 leader with 24 pounds, 15 ounces today, much slower for him. Best fish we've seen him catch so far.
But one we really need.
Afterwards, now he told us a little more about that catch.
Big fish. I thought it was bigger, but you know, almost a 3-pounder. Big for right now on this place, but I had that fish in practice. I lost that fish in practice. It was spawning. Went back to it, and when the water temp drops this time of the year, in practice it was 71. Now it's 63, 62. Those fish still stay around their beds, but they take twice, if not 3, 4 times as long to get to bite. So I'm glad we finally got one to commit to the bait. It just took a long time. It just takes a long time for that fish to actually commit to the actual bed. Once he commits to the bed, that's when you can, really start hitting him with your lure or whatever you're throwing to get him irritated to bite. The hardest part was just getting that fish to stay on the bed, because at first he wasn't, wanting to stay on the bed. I'd throw it in, he'd run off. It takes time. I don't know how long it took. It was probably at least 20 minutes. But thankfully we got him, and now we're looking for a couple more fish, trying to get into that, still obviously a real shot at getting, 15 pounds, but we got, 4 fish for around 10 pounds right now, which is pretty solid. We'll try and catch a 7-pounder here, you never know.
It was interesting. The problem not catching them is getting them to stand still.
Commit, yeah.
Stay on that bed.
Commit to staying close there and protecting that bed.
Didn't ever come back, or some of them were sitting around this morning, but I left them and thought that with the sun being out that they would have got back up there, but it never happened. So I'm gonna take their boyfriends if I can. But they're playing really hard to get, to be honest with you.
Let's take a look at the kind of day that Drew Benton has had. Certainly not what he wanted it to be when he set out from the dock this morning in Palatka.
Yeah, Drew Benton caught most of his fish that he weighed in yesterday in the afternoon. Was hoping that was going to happen today. So far, it's been slower for him today. He caught a couple big ones yesterday. Today, he's kind of settling for the males, the smaller fish on and around these beds. Still got some time though, and
Fishing around the shallow stuff, in and over cover. Kind of.
You can tell he kind of changed gears, knowing that, hey, I better go try to catch some of these 1.5, 2 pounders to live to
Little guy, but
fish another day.
Yes.
I think that was probably number 4, maybe number 5.
Drew's got 2 top 4 finishes here at Palatka throughout his career at St. Johns River.
Just shows you it's not real easy out there. I mean, Bill Lowen has made it look easy this afternoon, but Drew Benton's got a lot of experience here on the St. Johns River. One of the best sight fishermen that there is right now in tournament fishing, and having to fish for 1.5, 2 pounders at this time of the day on day 2, it's just a sign of this, it's not easy pickings.
No.
Yeah, we haven't seen a flipper today, so I'll be curious to see. And
if some of those guys that like a Joey Cifuentes, I don't know that he's a flipper, but it would be interesting to see if some of those bigger weights that we don't know what they're doing are actually flipping. You would think there would be 1 or 2 of those heavier stringers be flippers.
that's normally what I think about on these kind of days, especially when you have mats and stuff down through there like that.
Roger's going to fish on. I figure about now he's got a little less than an hour's time based on what he told us a couple of segments ago on what his time frame was for today. Want to remind you that the Bassmaster Kayak Series program is going strong and growing every year. The sport of kayak bass fishing has become more and more sophisticated, way more equipment choices, a lot more tournaments to choose from. In fact, they've already had their first tournament of the year up at Simi Chain, and congratulations to Sherman Bishop. Knocked it out there, and of course, starting this year, you knew it was coming, the Bassmaster High School Kayak Series. So hit the QR code and find out more about all of that on Bassmaster.com. Welcome back. We are moving on through the afternoon session here of day number 2, the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. There's the leaderboard as it stands right now. Bill Lowen making a huge move during the afternoon session to really change the complexion of this tournament as it stands right now, certainly as far as the day 2 standings go. And he's got a big advantage over the rest of the field, about 10 pounds clear of all of those. Kung, Shakura, all Chase and Bill. Of course, we get down to the bottom of the 50, the top 50 only will make it to the next day. And let's see, seems like it was about 17, 18 pounds. Such, what is the 50 cut number right now?
13. Oh, right now?
Right now.
It's moved up to almost
18, 19?
Yeah, 19 pounds even. Cody Huff is right there.
Yeah, Chris Johnson. Well, that session with Bill Lowen, you were talking while we were at break about it. You're impressed with his management and the way his mind is working right now as far as advancing this tournament.
Right now, he's having to make the most critical decisions of whether or not he wins this. And what you mean is that you got to be able to close now, and he's still two days away. So does he manage his fish, or does he try to move it up by 8 ounces or more and stay in and cull a few that he needs later? It's a tough decision, and it's ones he's got to make. And because most people lose tournaments when they relax. And it's easy, most of the time you relax when you got a good back.
Yeah.
And you quit thinking about how am I going to win this. But I think Bill he was thinking about it this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been around for a long time and understands about managing fish. Some people's philosophy are totally different than it sounds like yours or mine, where I was thinking I should probably move somewhere else. And then along with just making that move, you get an open mind and you're back on the offensive again. You're not worried about catching too many fish from your area. I'm looking for a plan B or another area like it or another pattern in the general area. So I agree with you 100% that you kind of get, I really don't need to catch any more of these, but I'm not leaving, and you continue to catch them, but then you're also not learning anything. It's only, the second day of a 4-day event. He's got a tremendous lead. I don't think anybody saw this coming, a 10-pound lead from between first and second place. But Bill Lowen's got a lot of experience. I do like the fact that he's in. It's very unusual. We talked to Bray. He's in a creek that's very unusual for Florida, even northern Florida. To be 25 feet deep in these canals, creeks is very unusual, which makes them, I guess, less susceptible to the cold fronts, the tide going up or down a little bit. These fish they don't have to move very much at all horizontally to be in cover or out in that deeper water, more protected.
Right. And some of you said that the closer you get to the ocean too, and which this is, farther up, the less temperature variation you're going to get.
Yes, I talked to one angler in particular. He happens to be our reigning world champion, Justin Hamner, and I've thought about that, but just thought that was kind of me just going out there overthinking things. But he said that he felt like being farther north on this river is closer to the ocean and not as affected. The river gets wider and bigger. I mean, it's all about a bigger volume of water. It takes it longer to cool down. So obviously, Bill being north of Palatka, that helps him a little bit too. So a lot of things going for him.
Yeah, let's get a little more local here. Let's get on the line and talk to some of our folks who are on the ground doing great work down there. And Kyle Jesse, definitely one of those guys. Kyle, thanks again for a great halftime show today. But you follow this line of conversation here, and the northern parts or downstream parts of the river are obviously the hottest place. Did you see that coming as you were preparing to work this tournament?
I didn't, and I got to start by asking what you guys did there in studio as punishment to have to talk to me 2 days in a row. This seems like you guys did something really wrong there in studio, and we got to get more clarity on that moving forward. But you know, Tommy, to answer your question, that was one thing that we talked about today on the halftime show, was looking back. If my memory serves me right, the win from Paul Mueller was the last time I can remember at least somebody running north and winning. So for me, I didn't expect it. I kind of expected maybe the guys running to George would have the upper hand. It seemed like that was a lot of the talk in practice, or, you know, even below George and Astor and down that area. But I'd say a little surprised for sure.
Yeah, Kyle, I think that when you're talking about Paul Mueller, we had a similar situation. We had a cold front come in, and he ended up having to flip a lot of the matted vegetation in a creek similar to this one. So your opinion, 2 days left, you've kept up with these tournaments on the St. Johns River. Do you think the sight fishermen are going to be a factor, or do you think it's, you know, this cold front has really knocked them in the head and not enough fish coming back? Because honestly, watching Drew Benton and Jay Security today, it's been really, really tough on them.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, I'm not the professional. You and Rick are obviously the professionals, but you always hear about that cold front being worse 2 days afterwards, which tomorrow and moving forward could be even tougher for those guys sight fishing. So if I had to guess, a guy that's got a game plan like Bill Lowen, who's fishing for fish that are not, you know, he's not counting on seeing them to catch them, might be a big advantage for him. Who knows? You know, late in the day, it seems like it's warming up a little bit here. I don't know if it's enough to, you know, make another wave of fish pull up, but crazier things have happened. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day, and then obviously moving forward.
Kyle, of course, a huge lead for Bill Lowen right now, 10 pounds clear of the rest of the field. But again, I think we have to keep in the back of our minds that this is a place where the Giants live, and there are going to be some fish there. I just profoundly think there are going to be some fish approaching double digits, 1 or 2 maybe only, but they could certainly change the whole complexion of this tournament yet again.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tommy. I mean, every day here at weigh-in, especially in Florida, especially here at the St. Johns River, you can expect fireworks at weigh-in. There's going to be some big fish brought in that we don't even know about yet. That tends to happen every time we're here. And late in the day, you know, a lot of the bigger fish seem like yesterday were caught late in the day. Obviously, Jay Shakira talked about how he didn't have a fish in the box till 11 o'clock. So yeah, things can happen late, and I'm going to guess we're going to see some big bass here at weigh-in today.
Yeah, absolutely. We follow our bass track, but the bass track, the fact of the matter is there's 20 or 30 names that really have not reported on there. Yeah. There's or are listed as 0, and certainly not all those people, not even a tiny fraction of those probably actually have a 0. But Kyle, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks for. Kyle. Oh, wait. Rick's got a question for you, Kyle.
The one bait that's beat me more in my career under these conditions is what Billy Lowen's throwing, is a jig. Under these conditions, I've been beat more by a jig than any other bait. So you ought to put it in your rating up there. And yeah, I think you did have it in there. Maybe you did.
So I got one more for you too, Kyle.
I didn't have a.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Davey.
So I've got one more for you.
I had a jig yesterday, but that was.
I insist.
Go ahead, give him your question, Davey.
Okay. So answer Rick about the jig, and then I've got a question for you. You and I became fishing partners this fall. We were fishing together, and we had a day where the winds got up, high pressure system like this, and we had one person that led us to the biggest fish of the day, photographer Shane Durant. So tomorrow, if you talk to us, maybe you could have him with you, and we can get all our questions answered.
That would be a great thing. Ironically, that fish was caught on a jig, and you and I were sitting there thinking Shane was doing what, you know, Shane tends to do, and he was stretching the truth, and that there was no brush pile to be found where he suggested there was one, but turns out there was, and certainly led us to some success that day. And to answer Rick's question, you know, it didn't show up as much in the top lures galleries from the past, but certainly seeing Bill Lowen catch them big time on it here, you know, between the swim jig, the flipping jig, Davey Height is a great example of a jig fisherman that always tends to catch the big ones on it. So certainly a bait to look forward to. Might even talk about it a little bit tomorrow on the Bassmaster halftime show.
Yeah, Mullins won his on a jig here, didn't he?
Yeah. Mueller, yep.
Yeah.
Mueller. I'm sorry.
Kyle, thank you so much for being our face, being our boots on the ground there in Palatka. And now it's time for me to get back to what I do, which is stretching the truth, but in a beneficent sort of way, in a non-harmful sort of way. So we will get back to the action out here as we follow Jay Shakurat. I think that's Jay.
Yes.
Yeah, he was while we were talking out on the main river throwing a jerkbait. Now he's moved again.
Yeah. I just had to throw that little, it was kind of an inside joke. Kyle, Jesse, and I were at a writers conference on Lake Lanier in the fall, and Shane was in the boat with us taking some pictures. And because he lives close to Lake Lanier, he had all the local knowledge, and we had fun with it.
Got some belly pats going on more than probably. Robert G. with 5.5 pounder from 54th to 10th place with 17.2 on the day. He's almost got a 30-pound total.
Robert G. with a fantastic season as a rookie last year. Certainly gained himself a lot of fans. Had a very affable personality. He's fun to watch on the water. He's into it.
Yeah. It was, and very honest, brutally honest. That first day, he said, I feel nauseated sitting here looking at all my heroes around me at takeoff.
He got to be up close and personal with them, and a couple of them at the last event, too.
Yes, he did.
That was quite a spectacle there. Well, we will remind you of the biggest spectacle in the sport of bass fishing coming up not too far away, March 21st through 23rd. Lake Ray Roberts, Fort Worth, Texas, our fantastic host city for the second time. Texas, that area is going to host the biggest event, the World Championships, the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, presented by Under Armour. Make your plans to watch or make your plans to attend. It will be fantastic in Fort Worth. The FXR Bassmaster Elite St. John's River first stop of the year is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Oh, we are down to getting very near the last hour of fishing for those anglers who are in flight number one. Of course, 15-minute intervals as they go out, so the ones down in the lower flights have got a good bit more time to go, which could be very beneficial. We're getting sun all day today, and the more the sun shines, the more we think conditions get more conducive to fish catching. We're not always right, but we're always thinking.
That's not Brendan Card.
Yeah.
Is it? No.
Yeah, we got Benson on the right, and Shakurat on the left.
I don't know, man. I just can't see well enough.
Drew Benton yesterday in 4th place, sight fishing around some springs. Jay Shakurat, our day one leader, is there on your left. Also sight fishing, 24.15 for his total. Much slower day for both of them today.
Dude, that's a big one.
That Benton talking?
Brian New is still on 4 fish, and Lee Livesay 1 fish.
Wow.
That's so surprising.
Amazing.
That's a 6-pounder all day long.
That changes this whole day.
That would change everything for Drew Benton.
Yeah. Boy, it would certainly shape up his position.
But it ain't staying. It just swam way over there. Yeah.
Guido used to have a trick for that kind of fish.
That would sit over.
That would move out away from. He said, "You can catch those fish," and You know, and he was one of the better bed fishermen there was.
It's been a lot tougher day for a lot of guys. Justin Hamner has 5 for like 6, 7. Bo Browning only has 2 fish. He's got one of the right ones, though. He's almost up to 7 pounds.
It's catchable, though.
Hagney still sandbagging?
Mm-hmm. There she comes back.
There she goes.
Like that sucker right there, if it would get up there, that'd make our day right there. Even with 4 little ones. But I don't know if she's gonna get up there. I'm gonna keep throwing in there. When she comes back up there, I'll keep working her. Maybe she'll.
Yeah, Guido used to say a fish like that, it's like you notice they're pitching to the beds and they don't really come reel back in. He says, let her swim back like it's doing, swimming back, then work the bait out, swim it out to her, like it's moving away. And he says, I can catch a lot of those females that are doing that.
Guido, definitely one of the better sight fishermen back in those days. It's amazing how these 104 anglers, I don't know that there's over about 5 of them that was
born
or not going to sight fish. Where back in Guido's days, there were probably only 5 that were considered good sight fishermen, percentage-wise, out of 100. The anglers are so much more well-rounded.
It's just taking too long
a lot of
for her
reasons
to
for
make
that.
the rounds and come back up there.
It is obvious now that.
But no, these young guys have such good eyes, and they love to do it. You know, when they were young, and they're really a lot better angler than these young guys get credit for.
Mm.
He's still working that jerkbait a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks, I thought he was on a sight fish, but he's throwing that jerkbait, popping it down and up. I'm sure be nervous about hooking that fish on the outside of the mouth.
Yeah, that's a good point now. But see, he's essentially doing what Guido did. There's evidently there's one there, everybody's swimming around, so he's trying to get it to hit another bait.
Got a little sight fishing sideshow going on out there right now. We're going to keep in touch with that. Take one look at our leaderboard, and it still looks at the same at the top. Bill Lowen way out ahead of everyone else, 10 pounds ahead of Evan Kung, Seth Fighter. Jay Shakurat battling back a little bit. Slow start for our leader to start the day, but he's back up there in the top 4. Joey Cifuentes, a tough season last year, but battling his way back as we get into the first event of 2025.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Great to have you with us here. Exactly 1 hour's fishing time left for our first flight. Competitors, full field out there today. First flighters due back in at 3 p.m. because that is when the weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com. Write that down. We'll keep reminding you for the next hour. That is for sure. That's the way the unofficial scoreboard looks right now. The leaderboard showing Bill Lowen. Huge lead at top. Huge afternoon. The man from Indiana, Bill Lowen, really stepping out today. Evan Kung, the rookie, right behind him. Seth Fighter, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and former Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakura. Rounding out our top 4 there, including Cifuentes after that, Brandon Card, Caleb Kufall, and the rest. Tell you what, let's take a look at what we have seen today as we turn to our Toyota Midday Report. Here with 1 hour fishing time left to go till weigh-in. Start with Brandon Card. We started with him first today, Davey.
We absolutely started with him, and he started with us. We're always glad to see those first fish that come across. And Brandon Card got going this morning. Not expecting for the wind to be blowing a Crescent Lake like it was yesterday. And it was blowing even more than it was yesterday for Brandon Card.
Yeah.
Using a 1/2 ounce Advantage spinnerbait, willow leaf and Colorado blade combination, fishing boat docks in Crescent Lake. We have not seen another boat doing that around Brandon Card.
No.
So good for him. He got all the wind he wanted and then a little some. Was able to put a solid limit in his boat. Doesn't have quite the weight he had yesterday. Brandon Card with 20 pounds even in 6th place yesterday. Had a few fins get in his hand. He had to go spend 3 hours in the emergency room last night, but he's all good and catching lots of fish on a spinnerbait today in Crescent Lake.
Brandon's best finish here previous to this was in 2019. It was finished, finished 19th, I'm sorry, in 2022. And he's on track to do better than that this year. So that's certainly an upgrade. And he has just stayed with it, stayed with the program. He said, I'm going to stay with the program as best as I can today. And he has had the discipline to keep after it and pretty much hasn't stopped catching fish.
It's funny you mentioned 2019. Brandon told me last night. Then in 2019, he caught his fish in Crescent Lake. Kind of goes to what you say, Rick. They're not there every year, but every so often you can do well on these boat docks in Crescent Lake.
Jay Shakura started out at the Springs today, where obviously he had some success yesterday. It was a little slow. He had to make some moves later just to get something going.
Yeah, Jay Shakura, day 1 leader, 24 pounds, 15 ounces. Caught most of those fish. I think all of they weighed in before lunchtime yesterday. Today, a much slower day. Only about 9 pounds or so. He's only got 33 pounds, 13 ounces, but that's good enough for 4th place. He's not the only one that has struggled a little bit today. Jason Currett still in the hunt, no doubt about it, with 33 pounds, 13 ounces. Been a lot more difficult for him here today.
A lot of sight fishing today for the man from Wisconsin. Well, Jay wasn't able to hang on to that lead, but he was, I don't think anyone could have hung on to it in facing the onslaught that Bill Lowen laid down on this place this afternoon. I mean, it was an incredible sequence of fish catches.
Yeah, Bill Lowen, I think every fan that watches Bassmaster Live is a fan of Bill Lowen's. Everybody likes to see him do well. He's so consistent. Only won the Elite Series victory in his 20 years fishing the Elite Series, and I think everyone was cheering for him to win that tournament. Everyone's happy for him to be having a good tournament here. A great day today, man. Things were shining down on Bill Lowen here for about a 30-minute stretch. He caught a 4.5, a 5, and a 5.13. Currently our unofficial leader with 45 pounds. Bill Lowen with a big lead. And I don't think anyone saw this coming today with somebody having a 10-pound advantage over 2nd place. Not even Bill Lowen and his biggest fan, his wife, and I'm sure she'll be there this afternoon, Rick, screaming at the top of her voice.
Yes.
She may already be hoarse after watching
Just from
this.
yelling at the TV, absolutely. Well, Bill Lowen, these guys at this level, they have to be able to not just catch them in Catch Fest. They ought to be able to take on tough conditions, and Bill Lowen has long been known for a guy to turn to when things are tough, when pickings are slim. Here's a guy that can step up and get it done. Let's go back out to him right now.
Yeah, he's gone from being the hunter to the hunted tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
That's a different mood. I like his odds.
I wonder how you're feeling right now.
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. Just had a really big one come up and try to get my jig, just kind of tracking behind it, and he never got it. It's just been an awesome day so far. I can't complain. I mean, every decision I've made has been right on the money, and I caught a good one that got me wrapped up in a tree earlier today, and just one of them days where every decision you've made has been good, and you don't have a lot of days like that, and you never take them for granted, but it's been fun so far. I just caught another one that's got me, I think I'm a little over 24 now, so yeah, feeling pretty good. I'm going to try to catch one more good one. I told myself if I catch 2 more that don't help, I'm going to leave because I don't want to be burning fish that I'm going to need for tomorrow, maybe potentially, hopefully the next day. So we're just going to fish our way out of here. And like I said, if I catch 2 that don't help, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Get back down the river. The wind's been blowing all day. Just take our time going back, and yeah, I don't know what else to say. There's days you have on the water that there's nothing you can say about them, and today's one of them days. It's been a blessed day, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If he catches 2 more that don't help him, then he'll leave.
I've never heard it put quite that way before, but I see what he's getting at.
Yeah.
No, I think he's got his mind in the right place.
Dave and Rick, you always wonder if the outlook for the next 2 days is maybe not that great, maybe tough and tougher even. I mean, do you catch everything you can catch, or do you try to manage, try to save something for the next day? That's kind of a hard decision to make.
Oh, it's $1 million question if you ask.
Yeah.
If you ask these 104 elite anglers, I bet you'll get probably about 50-50 the answer whether you should stay or leave.
Yeah.
Well, and with him, what you got to analyze for yourself is your pattern. And he knows enough what his chances are that pattern's going to hold up under the future conditions.
Yeah.
And I think he knows, and I would tend to agree, his pattern is going to be one of the best patterns in the future conditions.
It's one of the most trouble-free, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Back to Lee Livesay, one of the big surprises of today. Had a big, strong day yesterday. Was totally pumped up about his chances today, and it's been very slow. Looks to be hooked up now, though.
Probably going to be a catfish.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna have my biggest bruise ever. Oh man, 6 cents clap.
If anybody understands Big Bass, he does, because he lives on the Big Bass Lake and he's guided on it forever.
I think they're just punch drunk about the way the day's been going.
I think kind of a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he was negative there.
And he was in the back. He was in the back. I think on that dock we just left. Dude, I don't know what hit my deal on. I must have hit it on that graph. He was knelt down with his head down, working on his camera, and I hooked one just like that. And it came just like that, and I just went and boat flipped it. Well, he had his head down. It hit him in the head. Went back in the lake. And the fish went back in the lake, and I boat flipped it again in the boat with Jesse. He had his head down. He just heard the splashing. He felt it hit his head, then hit the water. He thought it was like a 10-pounder, and he got off, Jeez.
Holy crap.
I don't know what just happened. I wish my GoPro was facing backwards. I don't know what just happened. We're 1 bite away from fishing tomorrow, I know that.
And so I think he tried to flip a fish in the boat yesterday and hit his Marshall in the head with the fish, and it sounds like maybe he did something very similar today.
Yeah,
with his
got close anyway. Yeah, to the cameraman. We got there a little too late to get the full report.
Second fish moved him to 22nd place.
He'll make the cut. That's good.
Yeah, he's looking good for the cut.
Just ahead of Clifford Pirch, who has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of 710, and just added a 4.6 for 17 pounds. He's 23rd. I'm from 80th.
From 80th? My goodness.
Clifford's, we've competed against each other in the U.S. Opens, and he's a tremendous West Coast angler, and he's come out here and done very well as well.
Okay, we just got the story there of what happened there. Cameraman Jake Latondras was adjusting his camera, bent over in the back, and Lee set the hook on that fish, came running toward the back, and tripped over Jake and almost fell out of the boat. So that's really sorry we missed seeing that.
Yeah.
This is
Just think
unique.
this cold front is just
Somebody
kinda
just cast her from
finally
shallow
got
to
to the
deep on
fishing a
docks.
little bit. It's definitely died off for sure.
Caught the one
Yeah, the little
corner
in the wall.
But that's got depth in it. You know, that's dredged out in there. The other thing that is helping his bite, because I know that lake real well, I bet he's got a half foot more water in there than's normally in there due to that wind.
Piling up on the shore.
Yeah, it's pushing, pushing it over. Now that dock you can't throw under like he has been doing because they have chicken wired all the way around it.
Oh. Bill has the look of someone who spotted another boat. I don't know if that's the case or not.
No, I'm good.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Jason.
Oh, that's
Jason Christie.
Oh, wow.
Is that who that is?
He said, you remember that.
That's one person you don't want to see.
Yeah, I was fixing to say, if you want to invite somebody into your super special honey hole, that might not be Jason Christie.
Hell, I'd do the same for him, you know? He knows that. That's why he's leaving.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Jason, if they had a little conversation and he realizes that Bill's got a, 23, 24 pound limit, or he's just basing this on him doing so well yesterday.
Yeah, could be.
Be interesting.
But they know each other. They probably would communicate. He would ask what he was doing.
Now he done muddied up our waters. The hell.
The what?
And he muddied the water up idling out of there. Well, the alternative was he could stay and fish.
He went from Crescent all the way to here. That's a long ways.
Yeah.
So Brandon Card, it'll be interesting to see how Jason does today. Brandon Card mentioned that the only other boat that he saw yesterday was Jason Christie.
Wow.
At Crescent Lake, and Bill just said, I guess Jason told him that he had been at Crescent. So he's been from Crescent Lake to north of Palatka today. Like maybe somebody took the chicken wire down, or
Does look like it.
it's most lakes it's illegal to make a barrier because it's public water.
Well,
different laws, different places.
I think they'd
okay.
I think they would let them do that.
Okay.
And it's been a few years ago, so.
Well, for both of these guys, the day's gone pretty well. They've had a plan, they've stuck to it, and it has more or less paid off. It's really paid off for Bill Lowen. Bill Lowen still on top, still 10 pounds ahead of the rest of the field. And we got more fishing time available even for these first gliders. So stay with us, come right back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to talk about the Deep Dive app, something we talked about yesterday with wind, talking about tides today. One big deal with tidal fisheries like the St. Johns River, the timing of when these fish bite. It could be, for some anglers, they're catching them better on dead low tide. Maybe it's when it's at its highest, which is oftentimes tougher, but some guys develop a pattern in that. A lot of anglers just want that water moving, whether it's rising to high tide or it's falling towards low tide. At the St. Johns River, the tide swings aren't that big at all, especially when you have wind like we had yesterday. 15 mile an hour from the north. That means it's blowing in from Jacksonville down towards Palatka and Lake George. It's going to keep that water from flowing north and flowing out. So the tide's going to go out a lot less. And in the Deep Dive app, they have tides now integrated into the St. Johns River. And one thing, it's not just tidal tracking, it's also influenced by wind. So if you want to know tides, awesome. You can find that on your electronics. If you want to have all the weather factors like water runoff, wind, and tides all into one measurement, you can. So if we go back to Sunday when practice was started for the Elite Series here, you can see high tide right at takeoff around that 6:30 mark was just south of Palatka. And we'll go down the timeline here and you can start to see high tide was now towards Lake George. Now dead low tide is now just north of Palatka as we go. Now we're at about noon as low tide makes its way to Palatka. So every 6 hours or so it seems to change. High tide was at 6 a.m. on Sunday in Palatka. Dead low was going to be noon. Probably another high tide if we went, let me just guess, around 5:50. A high tide pops up at Palatka. So every 6 hours, high tide, low tide, high tide. But when you think about 6 a.m., if you were catching them somewhere on high tide, 6 a.m. Sunday, that means it's 7 a.m. Monday, 8 a.m. Tuesday, 9 a.m. Wednesday. Thursday's day one of competition is probably a 10 a.m. window for bites. So timing out your places, where you're making your runs, and when you fish your certain spots based on the tide is very important here. And with the Deep Dive app, makes it a whole lot easier to factor in wind and other factors as well.
All right, thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate that. Good stuff on tides there. We'll be dealing with tides one more time this season up in North Carolina, Albemarle Sound area. So that'll
Rick,
be
Davey, did you?
Sabine.
Oh, and the Sabine, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, that's true. That's true.
Rick, Davey, you guys really get into reading the tide? I did a story with John Cruz and said he grew up on tidal fisheries, and he told me I don't think half the elites pay attention to them.
I don't pay a lot.
I just think any cast I'm going to
I'm
catch
more concerned about the time frames you're not supposed to catch them than the time frames you are.
Which I guess that's
See,
what
I want to be in the right place when they're right.
That's what you have to think every cast. You're going to catch one. You got to keep the faith. I want to hit like a couple more dogs and then I'm leaving. So we're going to try something for the last hour and a half, just something different. Try something different.
Brandon Card's sitting in 7th place. He's pretty much held serve through the course of today, and that's the imperative. That's what you have to do on today if you're going to stay in contention for the top spot in the tournament.
6 at the end of the day yesterday, up and around 6 or 7 today all day.
That's
hanging in there.
That's mission accomplished.
I've always liked Brendan a lot, and he's just naturally, but I've gained a lot of respect for him today. What he's done is not easy.
No,
even if you're an advanced angler, controlling that boat and bouncing up and down all day.
Ears are going to be ringing for about 3 hours tonight, being in that wind all day long too. That'll put you off your feet a little bit.
Such a contrast between the two, bouncing up and down and calm, you know.
Which would you rather be doing, Rick? Fishing in a calm, serene area like Bill is, or out there getting to use your spinnerbait and going after it?
Historically, what Brandon's doing.
Yeah.
I don't particularly like calm water, and if it does, I want some off color in it. And Billy even said earlier that if further back in the creek he went, it was getting clearer.
I guess it's spring fed, probably.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
But anyway, so he said I'm getting back out in where the water was different. So, and I don't. That's one of my weaknesses. If I can start over tomorrow at 25, I'm going to learn to swim a jig. That's one thing that I've learned about today's fishing. And I've known that for a while, but I've never watched somebody do it like I'm getting to watch him.
Wind blowing it in from the river. .64 out here. Right up here is where the one got all tangled up in the tree.
So he's fishing back over some water that he fished earlier.
That's a hard decision what he's doing.
Boy, it is.
Because he knows he probably doesn't have a whole lot to fish once he leaves there, because of that river being mostly windy.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to waste that day,
And he won't be due in until 4 o'clock, I guess, right?
Yes, 4 o'clock check-in.
And Kennedy was probably the angler I knew that swim a jig a lot better than anybody, but he puts a lot more action into it than we're watching with Billy here. And of course Kennedy had some problems yesterday, but I think he's doing okay today.
Yeah, and I've never seen Steve Kennedy use a trailer that vibrates as much as the one that Bill Lowen is using here today. That could have something to do with it.
Kennedy's on the right fish. He's only got 3 of them, though, for about 11 and a half.
He only had 4 yesterday, I think, too, even when he was coming in, I believe.
I gotta scoot out. Must be too close to him.
Bill kind of more or less on his way out of that creek. Don't know how fast that process is going to proceed there, but let's get down to another creek down off of Lake George with Drew Benton.
Well, it's been a slow and painful grind for me today. Just they never set back up for me. I've kept them honest, though. I will say that. I stayed with it, just didn't happen. I've got one pretty good one right here that's a new one. I think it's a new one. And I've got to run in. I'm gonna try to give us an hour to get in. Lake George is pretty nasty. But I'm gonna make a few more flips on him. I mean, he's looks like a 2 to 3 pounder. Can't really tell. It's hard to get a bait to him good. Oh, he just snapped at it.
Caleb Kufal, 5'10". An hour ago he caught a 5.5. He's up to 19 and a half. 3rd place.
Wow.
34.11 total on Bass Track. He started the day 30th with about 15 pounds, 2 ounces.
He's a spinnerbait angler and a jig angler. Minnesota, I think, isn't he?
Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin.
The Milwaukee area there.
Testing your brain. And it's good. I just double checking.
Mukwanago, I think, is the name of the town. I don't know how I remember that, but I think that's the name of the town.
Oh,
no. Gosh. He ain't gonna bite again now.
I think I've seen more fish
Dadgummit.
lost the last 2 days on any elite. Now, I don't get to watch a lot of the elite deals, but then normally these guys don't lose fish. Bedding fish are kind of hard, post-time especially.
Here you go. Got him hooked up.
Oh.
He's smiling.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think he's smiling because he got bit. That would pretty much make anyone happy out here on a tough day like today, but boy, it sure hasn't been tough for that man right there, Bill Lowen. Going to be in the Yamaha Yeti hot seat, and I think he's headed that way with enough weight to withstand any assault on the hot seat. But you don't know. You just don't know. We got 20, maybe 30 anglers that we have not got reports on yet, so there may be some other sterling performances to be rolled out when weigh-in time comes around. That's when everything becomes official. Coming your way at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here. It's just around the corner. You're on Bassmaster.com. Welcome back to the FXR ProFish Bassmaster Elite coming to you from the St. Johns River in Palatka, Florida. Got the weekend on the way. Humminbird is our sponsor of our live coverage here. Maybe you're just checking in to see what has happened here on Moving Day, day number 2 in this first tournament of the season. Well, there's been big happenings, big things going on. Bill Lowen, 20-year Elite Series veteran, knocking out a big limit today and taking a almost 10-pound advantage. Jay Shakurat has cut into that just a little bit. Jay Shakurat's the fellow who had the lead to start today, but it's all been about Bill Lowen this afternoon finding a special place and being able to exploit it expertly. Everything going right for the man from Indiana. It has been a pleasure to watch. But we got more to find out, and carrying on past our broadcast here from the studios, we've got the weigh-in coming up, which will tell us a lot more about what's actually going on out there today. We've also had fun watching Brandon Card. Not afraid to get out in the elements, not afraid to use his spinnerbait.
At least you're not rocking.
And he has had good success with it. He has been able to pretty much hold his spot on a tough day.
Definitely has. Other than Bill Lowen, Brandon Card and some others that have had a slower day today, but able to hold their position. Bill Lowen with about 21 pounds yesterday and approximately 24 pounds today is the only one that's had a great day one and an even better day two.
That's not a Humminbird bird's eye view right there, but it is a little bit different angle. Mr. Brian Evie, the cameraman, has decided he's had probably enough of that bouncing up and down and trying to keep his sea legs under him, so he's jumped up on the dock to give us a look, and that works in this situation for sure. He gives us plenty of good, a ton of great shots.
Is he going to come back and get him, though?
Yeah, that's the big
question. That's you got to be on your best behavior now. You can't be disrespectful or something.
I really do love the cameraman I work with, but I'm not sure I'd let him get out on the dock. That's going to take a few casts to get him back in. And
yeah, that's right. There you go. Brian's pretty spry. He's like a mountain cat. He can get in and out of that boat fast. You know it won't be long.
Oh
gosh!
I saw his rod pop. That fish,
shoot,
hit his bait hard. I saw his rod pop before he ever jerked. It wasn't It wasn't a guide strike, as we all kind of know. I saw his rod really jump.
He could sure use a kicker, everything from 2 to 3 pounds.
It could have been Brian Evie tapping his line.
Yeah,
though.
it could be. You know, you tell him what a guy's getting up to when he's getting out of the boat.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. They'll loan up. And more company.
Yeah, go on.
Oh,
God dang it.
Yeah, no.
Don't slow down.
Don't be polite.
I'd
Go
rather
by.
him just kept going, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. He don't want anybody watching him right now. He's at that paranoid state. No.
That's real, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, because if you see...
Oh, we've got to...
If they see and they go, oh, he's leading the tournament, they'll tell every friend they know.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing? Good. Yes, sir.
Sound
I
like they
love
knew.
Sambo. Thank you.
Somebody said catch him tomorrow. They knew what was up
I
there.
thought he said, are you catching them all? And he said, yes, sir.
I thought he said catch him tomorrow. So, yeah, that's probably more likely what they said, Davey. Are you catching them all?
Okay, so it sounds like we've got slow-mo. Watch his rod. Saw it right before he set the hook. See his rod jump. Here we go.
Reeling backwards.
All right.
Yeah.
You can even see it better when he's reeling backwards. Yeah. That's great camera. Hey, we got to give kudos to the people in the truck, too, not just the on-the-water camera.
Staying on
Here
top
we go.
of it, as always.
There. Yep. He keeps missing that same fish.
Yeah, I know. That's a tough one.
Can I call him and help him? Trailer hook.
Yeah, there you go.
There's nothing there that'll hurt you where he's fishing with the trailer hook. And you're not fishing an extremely heavy cover. And that trailer hook will give you two, the kind of bites he's getting, 2 or 3 extra fish a day.
Why wouldn't you use it?
I don't know. Some people are skittish.
So I didn't use one when I was throwing in like blowdowns or brush rod, real thick, heavy cover, like you say, because it would get you, might help you hook up better, but it would also help you hook up to what you don't want to hook up to, the cover or brush. But yeah, I'm with you. Casting under these piers with just poles under there, there's no reason not to. Especially those that strike at the blades and that sort of thing. You got a lot better chance of getting him.
And he's using a pretty good trailer, too. So, I mean, sometimes they can just focus on that trailer and not the bait itself.
Bill has switched up to a vibrating jig.
Was that?
Saw what I think I saw. I think I saw a blade. He might just be doing that to try something different on his way out here.
Yeah. That's the only negative with a vibrating jig outside of personally me. I don't hook as many fish good. Is it likes wood.
Oh, it does. In a bad way.
Yeah, in a bad way. It's great around that grass, but boy, wood.
Haven't checked in with Brian New for a while.
Oh, what is there to update, guys? It hasn't been my day. Not just yet. We got 47 minutes to be back, and yeah, I got 2 bass. The pad deal wasn't good yesterday. I mean, it looked great on paper, but I only caught 5 bass. And I caught 1 on shell, and today I've caught 1 on shell and 1 in a canal. And yeah, it's not been pretty, but it's what we got. Well, I'm pretty much done. Like, this is the last place I got this shell, and yeah, I mean, I pulled up here yesterday, and I called out a 12-incher with the 3.6 on the first cast. When I won, actually the first day I had 3 fish when I got back to this point, and I caught 2 more and gave me a limit, and that's the reason I won the tournament. But, you know, we're only about 9 miles from the boat ramp, and we're gonna hang out here the rest of the time. Hopefully it happens. I'm seeing some fish, but seen fish on the other shell I fished today, and only got one of them to bite. It's, I don't know. It's been extremely tough on me. I'm sure it's been tough on other guys as well, but I'm just very fortunate to have caught what I did yesterday, and very thankful for that. And I'm actually extremely thankful that I'm just in a lot better place mindset-wise than I was last year if I would have been in this position, because at the end of the day, all you can do is work hard and try to make the best decisions, and you know, the rest is in God's hands.
Brian New has seen the best and the worst of it here on the St. Johns River. He won the first time he ever came here, the first time he ever fished the Bassmaster Elite Series. He was the winner here in 2021 last year. Very, very tough. Finished in 84th. So this one's lying somewhere in between, but at 34th place right now, he's got a shot at making into tomorrow's field. Oh, the last few minutes of our fishing presentation here today on Bassmaster Live. We're at the first stop of the year for the Elite Series, the FXR Pro Fish Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, and the veteran Bill Lowen showing some veteran poise today and inventiveness and ability to locate catchable fish as he takes out almost 10-pound lead over the rest of the field. But this tournament is far from over. We can see days change dramatically one to the other. The conditions are tough. It's always a challenge, and it's a challenge to each and every one of these guys. There are 6 anglers we have been following today. Let's take it out to Bill Lowen, and as he's kind of wrapping it up in this special creek. He's been working all day long and didn't start fast, but boy, once it got rolling, it got rolling.
Yeah, watching Bill Lowen do what he loves to do. Find him a little creek, a small river, a place that like he just loves to kind of hide out and do his thing, keeping a jig in his hand, a flipping jig and a swim jig. Bill Lowen using black blue, a zoom crawl, and you can see the fish are liking it. He wasn't hooking any of them on the outside of the mouth like we've seen some of those spinnerbait fish and with other baits. But Bill Lowen with a small limit early on, a very small limit. He was saying less than 5 pounds. But boy, when things changed about mid-morning for Bill Lowen, they went from a limit that weighs 5 pounds to they were all weighing 5 pounds each. Most of them on the swim jig, black and blue, but 1 or 2 on the flipping jig. Bill Lowen just took a commanding lead in this tournament in about a 30-minute period.
And big girls are eating it.
Not only were they eating it, he was putting them in the boat. That one that he had wrapped up, boy, that just changed. That could have, and we all probably thought he was going to lose that fish, but that positive momentum after that is when he really caught those big ones.
And that's your hummingbird mega moment. That was a mega multi-moment right there. Yes. That was just
after 21.5 on day 1, 3rd place. He's got 23.11 today, our big bag. Lead of 8.5 pounds over Jay Shakir. Got a couple of our movers on the day. Joey Cifuentes, 21.25 pounds, 56th place to 6th place right now. Caleb Kufall, 19.5 pounds. From 30th to 3rd, that's a pretty good jump. He had a 5'10" in there. And Robert G, 17 pounds, 2 ounces. Like Cifuentes, from the 50s up into our top 10.
That's officially the first mega moment we've had in the Elite Series history, is it?
I believe it is.
What better person? I mean, Bill Lowen is a hummingbird mega live guy.
Yeah, there you go. He rose to the occasion.
Got squat on him right this second.
Still got a 3.5 and a 3.6 on his bass track. Could have a ultra mega day.
So his big fish suits he's got it at a 513?
He got a 6.0.
Okay.
It's his first big one, then a 513 and a 5.0 is what he's entered. We'll see what they actually weigh.
Yeah, he said he actually weighed them all once there, didn't he?
I think so.
He did, yeah.
So he's probably pretty close.
Yes, I agree.
He won't be one of those, wow, 3 pounds more than I thought.
Mm. No, there was that, he was sat there and went through all of them. I remember that.
It's just in Florida, in particular the St. Johns River, it's unusual to see a 24-pound stringer that doesn't have at least a 7-pounder in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. I mean, having
that's a good point.
Several 3-pounders as his smallest fish is unusual. It's good, which means now if he catches what we would call a St. Johns River big one, he could really have a mega moment.
He could take it over 25 easy.
Yep. I've always tried to imagine like where he's at. How many fish are really here for me to catch what I'm catching? Yeah. I kind of come up and there's no science on it that when I get in an area where I'm catching 15 fish a day, there's got to be 10 times many fish there. But I don't believe I'm good enough to catch every fish there.
Yeah.
You hear that, I fished out all my fish. I don't think so.
No, I don't either. And I think at least my experience with forward-facing live sonar, it really shows you that.
5, 8 out here.
You might catch all the catchable fish, but it's really humbling to look
and
at
see
Mega Live 2 and see
there.
how many's down there and how few you get to bite.
Yeah, and so few of them are even disposed to bite at any given moment too. So that's
in Tennessee. One time I fished this whole stretch of fallen trees in a channel swing. Didn't get a bite. And then all of a sudden I started to leave and I saw a shocking boat come in behind me. And I followed them. And every tree would be 2 or 3 fish, and quality fish.
Wow.
I did a story with the Game and Fish guys here, the electroshocking program, and they would go down the bank. They only do it so shallow, and they did 150 fish in a 100-yard stretch.
Yeah.
They said you may catch 2 of those.
Yeah. Yep.
Such may catch 2 of those, or Rick Clunn may catch 2 of them.
Rick Clunn will catch 4 or 5. I may not catch any of them.
You'd get your share.
You're looking the part with that bass hat on now, Sue, so I think you'd catch 2 of them.
Don't know, tide's just probably flat dead. Ooh.
Oh, you hit a stump.
Until it starts moving again. And I don't know what that exact tide window is right now, but there's always a lull there at low tide.
So he's saying it's low in there, I guess.
Davey, you don't know, before Zona called me Suits, that I was called Snag Sukan, nicknamed Snag Sukan.
I didn't know you when you were called that. Some people that are in the truck have told me a few other things you were called besides Snag.
Hey now, slow down. A clerk at the newspaper couldn't pronounce it, looking at the name, called me Szechuan.
Szechuan?
Yeah, Szechuan.
Brian knew in need of fish.
Desperate need of one fish will go a long way.
Something to come into the boat. I think he's hooked up. Yeah.
He is hooked up. Get in here.
Come on.
Get him in the boat.
Thank you, Lord.
There we go.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, buddy. Spro Little John MD.
It's a flat-sided crankbait, and this is their time of year. I'd like to see how he's working it, because you don't work them the same as you do a square bill or something
I
else.
ain't wanting to let go. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you. Oh, that probably got us to tomorrow.
Yeah, but I was about to say that. He probably was going to be fishing on Saturday,
Thank
but
goodness.
that anchors him right in there.
That shorted up there.
It took him all day yesterday to get his limit. Remember, he was catching some nice fish, and he was at 4. And I said, watch out for him because he's got some bag builders.
Yeah, when I called him last night, he said it looked a lot better on paper than it was. It was a struggle for me to catch 5. So still got some time. Maybe he'll catch 5.
Well, it was mighty cold when they took off this morning, but that did not deter these guys from their mission, which is to make it to the final day. They've all put in the best effort they possibly could. We have seen some great efforts during the course of the day. We've seen some folks we expected to do well and be a little bit disappointed. But for some of those, the day is not over. The first flight will report here in just a couple of minutes to start the weigh-in process, and that'll be right here on Bassmaster.com. But we have seen some guys gain. And one guy's gain got stepped up to an incredible level. Bill Lowen, I feel like he's going to be the leader.
Yeah,
I think if he's not the leader, there's some bigger stories out there.
Yeah, what a day for Bill Lowen. Yeah. And I say what a day. It really most of it went down in about 1 hour.
Yeah, it was
right place, right time, right bait.
A beautiful place. Weigh-in coming up next. About to crank it up with Dave Mercer and company there. We have our 104 anglers cross the stage, and only 50 of them will be sticking around for tomorrow's semifinal Saturday. That action gets started tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1. We'll have 4 hours on FS1 for you, and then we'll be back here on Bassmaster.com. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Weigh-ins next.